You are my dad. You're my dad. Woogie, woogie, woogie.
Felicitations, my family of fledglings, and ghosts so good to see you as well. Welcome to a light that's too bright. Well, I can see you now. No, really, I can see you. Why'd you decide to wear that today? That's fine. We can fix it in post. How's it going? Welcome, everybody. Damien Halme, disruptor of the status quo here. And we're in the middle of another week, which means it's time for another discourse. That's right. You, me, and a bunch of internet strangers all discussing things we weren't supposed to talk about at the dinner table or at Thanksgiving and Christmas, but we could talk about it here. My intent is to de-radicalize, shake hands with your opponents, get to know people, and understand motivations better, other than those people there, they're just cruel. But then hold them accountable for their weird ideas. Say, I get your motivation. I hear you. Here's why here's where your implementations are flawed. So in other words, a place that doesn't platform bad ideas, but analyzes them and criticizes them appropriately. Tonight's topic is the discussion of cruelty itself. It is exactly what I brought up in the definition of who we are as a brand. This is why I exist. And that's what we want to tackle this evening. The notion of cruelty. This all started thanks to Oz, tonight's topic, because I can blame Oz for a lot of things. In this particular case, this is related to this. Oh, so loud. Weird. Canceling this music. I don't know what just happened. I hope it didn't happen in your ears. We're moving this to a different window. Let me pull something up for the lot of you. And this will be our kickoff. Troa! Yes, Oz did and inspire. I still need to fix your welcome message, don't I? Make a note for myself. I have a midstream notes place to take notes. That works. Thanks for giving yourself an intro. All right. Pull this up here in a hot second or minute, depending on how long it takes for me to pull this up. Browser, you are going to be pulling up. No, not this one. This one. Okay. Ba-doop. Oh, it's very tiny. What was I using this source for before? Oh, no. I don't think I even have it in the vertical one, so give me a hot second here and catch up with myself. My own stream in two places needs to be showing the same content. Oh, there it's perfect. Perfectly too big though. Put it there. This needs to live somewhere far below a lot of other things. This one. What did I do to you? Who did this to you? Oh wait, it was me. I learned it from watching you, Dad. I learned it by watching you. Something kind of like that. Yes. Yes. There. It's got to go somewhere. Why not put it over one of my eyes so I look more moody? Everyone looks more moody when you hide an eye. What's going on? We are on the drive back from Wrestling Clinic. Decided to stop by. Please be safe on your way back home, and let me know how it all went today. Akumu, hello and welcome. Thank you for those chills. I was watching an old VOD for reasons, and somebody goes, "Ooh, chills," and I was like, "Oh, is that Akumu?" And it was absolutely somebody else. We just did something chilling on stream, and I just now ascribe that to, if it's not Akumu, like what on earth is happening? Why would anybody else say that? That's something that that's your word now. I'm super happy I'm not getting sick of it. Your intro is amazing. It's one of the best out there. I was worried it'd get real old with time. Nah, it's short. It's poignant, and it's not obtrusive. It's not like a gag. I think if it was a joke, like, yeah, okay, every time D streams, Tro's got to come in and do this like lame joke. Like, okay, that's fine, I guess. But it's not. It's it's profound, and it's a moment of zen. Part of why I went with audio without words to match up to the vid. Good choice. Yeah. Akuma and I have been having an interesting conversation, if I may share. Well, I asked you for permission, but I'm probably going to say it without waiting for you to say, about how to make better choices later on in life, eat more palatable for your children. That might have to be a discourse topic at some point in the future. Maybe not not all of us have children, but just the idea about, like, what would we do differently if we had the chance? What would we say differently to younger people to help guide their way? But go ahead. Well, thanks, because I already did. Anonymized to some degree, yeah, but it might have to be its own discourse topic, because I think that's a valid thing to talk about too, is when things are particularly rough for somebody in their younger years, what can we do to help the next generation navigate that better, get that space better? So without further ado, let me frame where the concept of the cruelty talk came from, and then can parlay about it. I've also got some gaming stuff going up in the background. You probably heard some of it, and those of you who know exactly what's going on over there. But wanted to at least bring the concept up for as far as like where this came from, and lay down some foundation. So this is a presentation of findings, whatnot. I really wish I wasn't in this zone. The music here is really annoying. Just the way it keeps coming back up and back and up and back. I'll see if I can find a place where the music is different than where it is right now. Oh, that's so much better already. Okay. Abusive men describe the benefits of violence. This is from 2015 by, I believe the name's Chuck Derry. Somebody decided to cite their source and cut the name off of the very person who brought this to light. But oh, well, there he is, Chuck Derry. They cut him off on the first page. For many years, Chuck Derry facilitated court-mandated groups for men who batter. This isn't necessarily a talk on domestic violence of any sort, but generically and generally cruelty, because this doesn't go far enough, I think, to help define and describe what happens with people, where this comes from, if it's generational, how one breaks the cycle, that sort of thing. So that's where I wanted to take the talk, but this is where I wanted to start with the talk. One night, he started the group by asking the men, so this is a court-mandated group, these people have to be here to get off their sentence or, you know, whatever, get back to their normal lives in some capacity. They have to be here. One night he started the group by asking the men what they thought the benefits were of their violence. At first, they all looked at each other, notably, and said, there are no benefits, which is exactly what you would expect to hear, right? And I think that's what they think was expected to be heard. Nico! Hello and welcome. Let me pause here because we've just begun. So I would like to do a quick shout out for this magnificent nerd. This nerdacious Nelly. I don't know where I was going with that. If you're not following this guy, you've committed a grievous sin upon me and my estate.
This reminds me of my wife after divorce.
I can actually feel the rice is starting to get a lot softer.
Oh, it's starting to get a lot softer, Mars. We can eat it now.
No, we cannot eat it. This is poison.
Oh, Nico, what is going on?
Please, just kill it. It's alive. It looks so alive and angry.
Why are you doing this to Mars?
Like I said, keep stirring it.
Oh my god.
I can't.
And then hopefully
I can't.
it should taste.
It's turning to like glue. Paste.
I'm hearing the accent.
No, that's not
and
right.
fast forward
Rice.
What did she put in there? Now what is it? She put water?
No, is that oil? Oh my god. Butter?
What is that?
Butter?
She didn't say what it was.
Why did you?
Exactly.
Oh my.
Did say
It looks like butter or oil.
I used to make sugar rice and rice here before. Melted. That sounds good.
And then cook it the next day. Well, I'm not gonna mess about like that.
Can you?
Oh, what an affront. Uncle D is gonna have to put his foot down. That's so gross, dude. Why are you watching these things on your channel? Go watch his channel and you'll probably watch better things than that. She's making fried rice? No, I thought it was some sort of dessert. It looked like it was going to be a porridge or something, like a, I don't know, cinnamon sugar glutinous. That's not fried rice. Using raw unrinsed rice. No. Oh no. Yeah, it's absolutely WTF. Fires the missiles on that rice, yo. Ugh. Her whole channel is based on attempting to cook things for the first time. Oh, okay. Well, does she just guess? I mean, cooking things for the first time might be sweet if you're using a book, a recipe book, probably. The internet? Did somebody just tell her, how do you imagine you might fry some rice? And she's like, oh, I've got a good imagination. Let me show you. And she just did it. It's wholesome, completely wrong and fucked up, but wholesome. She is using recipes from the internet. Somebody must be trolling her then. They must be doing that for the drama, for the channel. They're like, how cute would it be if this person who's completely innocent has no idea, we gave her this fried rice recipe. All right, go ahead. Have fun. Show everybody how good of a beginner cook you are. Awful. Awful. Or she says no to follow the instruct. Maybe. If she's got gumption and a heart of gold, then hey, make whatever. The wonderful thing about making abominations of food on the internet is nobody else has to sit and eat your cooking but you and anybody you inflict that upon in your household. Yeah, it sounds like the recipes might be poorly written or poorly chosen for internet drama. Ah, Wayne, my the one person I didn't want to meet in the Holy Drip. For obvious reasons. I had it saved in VODs, and then I was like, oh, you know what? I don't want to subject people to these VODs. Okay. So, topic of cruelty. These folks in this court-mandated group said the thing that they thought they were supposed to say out loud, the thing that they believed was going to get them through the program faster, or like a good grade in court-mandated group thing. A good grade is probably, I don't know if you get grades, you know, it's like somebody going for a good grade in therapy. Did I say it right? Did I say the right thing? So they said there are no benefits to violence, particularly in relation to the domestic kind, right? So this answer did not surprise Chuck Derry, the gentleman who was facilitating these groups. Men who batter routinely deny their actions, as they deny their intents as well. So he said, well, there must be some benefits from the violence. Otherwise, why would you do it? One sec here. Say a quick hello to somebody in a different window. They looked at each other again, and then one guy started admitting there were benefits. And then they all chimed. Here is a list of the benefits of violence that abusive men cited. She's scared and won't go out and spend money. Get your way, i.e., you're able to go out. Violence gets you respect. She won't argue. Feeling superior. She's accountable to me in terms of being somewhere on time, and I decide. It keeps relationships going. She's too scared to leave. You get money. And that's a little confusing, but I guess you get sex. You get total control in decision making. I agree, Oz. Thank you. You get to use this money for drugs, if that's the way you spend your time. You don't have to change for her. Gives you power, kind of obviously. You can decide where to go as a couple, who to see, what to wear, probably what she wears too. You control the children. If she's late, she won't be again. She's late once, she won't be again. So you're creating a better partner, right? Intimidation. She's scared and can't confront me. Can convince her that she's screwing up. She feels less worthy, so defers to my needs and wants. She will look up to me and accept my decisions without an argument. You can start to see some of a loose trend here, right? There's a lot of things going on here. The list continues. I know. You thought that was bad. Decide her social life for her, right? What she wears so you can keep your image by how she acts. She's to blame for the battering. She's an object. I get a robot babysitter, a maid, sex, food, an ego booster. She tells me that I'm great. I get bragging rights. If she works, I get her money. Get her to quit the job. Somebody else probably said. Get her to quit her job so she can take care of the house. Isolate her so her friends can't confront me. Decide how money is spent. I'm the breadwinner. Buy the toys that I want. Take time for myself. She has to depend on me if I break her stuff. Get to know everything. I think that's the man in this equation gets to know everything about her. There's no ambiguity. You don't have any questions or doubts, right? Again, she's like a nursemaid. She comforts me. Supper's always on the table. Invite friends over without her knowing will become more work for her. No compromise means more freedom. Don't have to listen to her complaints for not letting her know stuff. And she works for me, like he's the boss then, right? And it keeps going on. I'll pause. She won't argue out of fear. I shouldn't add anything in this one. My dad was like this to my mom. All us kids would hide in our rooms and keep quiet. Brent's still married to this day. That's impressive. But I've seen that one a number of times, right? The person receiving abuse in the relationship doesn't have a voice in the household anymore, right? And they may still, outside of that relationship, they may still show some dominance over kids or talk about the relationship boldly to their friends, like, you know, they're so pissy and so mean, and I should just one day blah blah blah. And then once they're confronted with the concept of, well, why don't you go talk to him? Why don't you go confront him for what he's doing? They're like, I can't do that. No, I mean, he'll blow up, and I have no idea what he's gonna do, right? I didn't get a chance to tell you I got accepted to a big event in Atlanta. Oz, please. That's amazing. It's called the Clockwork Coven edition of Mystic District Marketplace. That sounds 100% perfect for Blood Moon Menagerie, which we shouted out earlier tonight on the stream, but please go check them out. bloodmoonmenagerie.com. That sounds really cool. I can't wait to hear more details. And I couldn't think of a better vendor for this particular. I mean, I don't know. From what I know about the marketplace, just from its name, it sounds like you're a perfect fit. Okay. Let us continue on. Make the rules, then break them when you want. So she won't get help against you for past beatings because she has no friends to support her. And she's confused by my lies. I think it's the first time we've heard something kind of about gaslighting in here, right? Convince her that she's nuts. Convince her she's unattractive. Convince her that she's the one to blame. Convince her that she is the problem. I can dump on her. Can use the kids to spy on mom. The kids won't tell mom what I did. The kids won't disagree with me. It sounds like this is much more than just what the gentleman in question does to his partner, but also probably levies some violence on the kids as well too, right? Don't have to talk to her. I'm the king of the castle. Can make yourself scarce. Have someone to unload on. That's the same thing as dump on her, we saw earlier. Have someone to bitch at. She won't call the police. Tell the kids I don't have to listen, or they don't have to listen to mom. Yeah. Get her to drop the charges. That's similar to the one just above. Get her to support me to her family, my family, cops, judge, child welfare, prosecutors, etc. So in other words, she becomes part of the narrative that he's okay, that there's nothing wrong with them, right? If you believe one of them, you better believe her. So if her story's right, then he's under the radar. Get her to admit it's her fault. I don't have to help out. I don't have to hang out with her kids, or our kids. Don't have to get up, take out garbage, wash, blah, blah, blah. Lots of chores, right? Don't have to do any of those chores. Answer to nobody. Do what you want when you want. Get to ignore or deny your history of violence and other irresponsible behavior. You get to write the history. You get to determine the future. Determine what value the kids have, who they play with, what school they go to. Or you get to ignore the process, dictating what they need as far as food, clothes, recreation, etc. Dictate reality. Kids are on my side and against her. The kids do what I say. Mold the kids or her so that they will help do what I should do. Keeps the kids quiet about the abuse. Choose which battles and what it will cost her. Proves your superiority. Wins all arguments. Don't have to listen to her wishes, complaints, angers, fears. Yeah. Back up one real quick. So there are a lot of trends here, right? Where I grew up around it, it became an issue in my relationship with the fiance, which without therapy, I've worked on and gotten much better. That's amazing. That's awesome, especially doing it without therapy. Therapy is one of those things that I hear online as this thing that everybody purports as being great. It's something you should all do. You should, go see a therapist, take care of it, break the cycle, end that generational trauma. One, it's not for everybody. Two, it's not possible for everybody. If your health benefits at work don't offer anything like that, if you work in a place that doesn't have health benefits, if you don't earn enough money to get the out-of-pocket expenses, if you don't earn enough money to pay for the expenses after insurance covers part of it, then you can't just go do the thing. I mean, especially in the US, that's what healthcare is, right? Really, healthcare is about going and getting insurance if you could possibly afford it, and then carefully mitigating going and getting stuff taken care of against having money to be able to afford what you need, like food and a place to sleep and gas in your vehicle. That's not a problem for everybody, but it's a problem for a lot of people. It's a problem that a lot of households are tasked with. So many of us do have to bootstrap relationship fixes, self fixes without therapy. That's really cool. I'm glad you guys are on the up and up, especially coming from that background. These are only people in the strictest sense of the term. This is all subhuman thinking. Screw this. Well, and here's the thing, though. It's important to note that this comes up often. And here's sort of where I want to bring the stream and to sort of discuss once we've wrapped up with the source material here. ads. I'm sorry, Oz. Would that I could pull you from ad heaven. I'll pause for a moment because I'm about to make an important point. Wait, why are you back already? My little widget says you need to be in ad purgatory for another 30 seconds. Of course, if you were watching on YouTube, you would not see this ad break. But if you're seeing this ad break, you can't hear me say, go watch me on YouTube. All right. A few more seconds. Oz, you are watching me on YouTube, right? Right? I'm sorry, sir. I'll remember next time, please. Still, Oz, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Oz is making light because this is a dark situation. But I can't tell you, listen to her about the nature of our relationship. You all just probably know how we actually are. To know that she's portraying this in a pastiche of the topic. Please, not the oranges. Thank you. That brought it into comedy. Although Troa is now poking you with a stick. So enjoy the pokes. Oof. For some reason, it is warm in here. Maybe it's just because this topic gets to me. And so I'm going to drop the temperature in the room just a skosh. Yeah. So, right, Troa made this point. These people are only human in the strictest sense, right? Two big issues. Big issue number one is this happens to a large enough amount of people that we ought to dive in and understand why. It's common enough. It's existed enough over time and through different forms of social progress and a lot of different societies that there's still a group of people like this, especially men, but not necessarily, that feel that these things are proper and appropriate benefits to a relationship, to treating somebody this way, that these are good things that you get at the end, that we should understand them, that we should know that they exist. And that this is a human experience, right? This is more than just a sociopathy. I'd imagine, I don't have facts on this, but we can figure that out tonight. I imagine the numbers of people who grow into becoming some form of either soft or hard abuser in a relationship, maybe just psychological, maybe just passive aggressive, but up to and including using actual threat of violence and actual violence in a relationship, is higher incident than different forms of sociopathy, and might not be related in any way to sociopathy. We might not be looking at people who are experiencing a mental illness per se, but have just learned certain tactics or decided that something's okay, been socialized in some way. And if the incidence rate is higher, and this isn't necessarily something you can place in the DSM, the diagnostic for mental illness, then we can't ignore that this happens to humanity at an alarming rate, whatever that rate might be. I think, you know, alarming meaning it's more than just one bad egg in 100 million or something. This has got to be more prevalent. I think almost all of us have seen this play out with some friend or relative or something. And then the part two, that's all part one. All part one is admitting that this is actually quite a human experience. That there's a significant portion of us that turn into this. And I say us, not them. This is an us thing. Hey, Mika, welcome on in. But point number two is, how will we ever stem or change this? How would we ever identify how abuse starts in somebody so that we could begin to course correct people, so that we could begin to understand, well, what do you do early on, right? How do you help somebody who isn't here yet not get here? If we don't look at this with some sort of empathy to try to understand the people that act in this way aren't just subhuman. Yeah. Oz says, just a heads up, this event is from 6 to midnight and $115. Oof. So that's why there's going to be a sudden big purchase that looks funny. Okay, I will blame you. And I won't be streaming that night. All right. Yeah. But for good reason. I wonder... No, never mind. I was like, I wonder if you just live streamed there. Just an IRL stream. But that might not play well with the clientele. Be like, hey, if you're entering my space, you're going to be live streamed on Twitch. It's probably not a good look. Yeah. Unless I stream at the event. I mean, if you're not at your booth with customers, maybe. They don't have to be on camera. I don't. We'll have to workshop this. All right, let me continue on with the source material, and then I'll sort of kick it off to you all, and we'll discuss some of these things. We're almost wrapped here. So this is the facilitator of these court-mandated groups again, talking to the abusive people, the abusers. He then asked, why would they give up using violence? The men then responded with things like, well, if I got arrested, a divorce, get a protection order taken out against you, the adult kids decide they don't want to invite you to their weddings, or, and this makes perfect sense, if you have to go to a group like the one that they're in where they're talking about this, right? Having to go to a court mandated group. This is the final page. Chuck Derry's notes on the matter, the guy who's doing the facilitation of these. This was the first time I fully comprehended the necessity of a consistent, coordinated community response through the criminal, civil, and family court systems, which can mete out safe and effective interventions that hold men who batter accountable while preserving the safety of the women, girls, and boys they abuse. Which, true, I mean, this is only 2015. It still stands to reason. Be more inclusive about who's doing the violence and who's on the receiving end as well. I would also say this is not going far enough, but I'll wrap up and then make that point. It was on that day that I realized if I had to choose between providing batterer groups for men who batter or a consistently effective criminal and civil family court response to domestic violence, I would choose the criminal and civil family court response every time. There are just too many benefits. Thank you for the Lurkos. There are just too many benefits gained from this behavior. And by gained, obviously there's a very weird skew as far as what gain means, but it's not wrong. All of those points in those lists really are gains to those people. And as long as you're not concerned about somebody else's feelings, and we all know people that aren't, right? They don't even have to be abusive. there are people that are completely comfortably in their family structure, their work structure, engaging with society, that they don't go as far as battering or using violence, but they do look for just getting their way. It's not about other people's feelings. It's not about what harm could I be doing to somebody else? Who am I stomping on in order to get the things that I want? Where I differ from Chuck Derry's point at the end is he wants to see a better system for more support for the victims, swifter, justice and structure and everything to make safe and extract the people who are caught in these situations, to try to give them a better trajectory in the future. And I say, I'm sure that we need to do better in those regards, especially for somebody who's in these groups. If he thinks that, if he's seeing the perpetrators of these crimes obviously barely just saying whatever they have to say just to get back home to their structure where they're comfortable again, and they probably don't care. I would almost doubt in any way that being in these court groups changes a person in any way. At this point, you're too late. So this is where I think we're not going far enough when we're talking about the issue. Where the issue needs to live is, what could we do to break the cycle early and not have somebody grow up to become cruel? What sort of things could we do to mitigate a person on the path toward this that aren't just the threat of violence? Because the threat of violence, like, oh, well, the court's going to step in, and by violence, I don't mean threatening an abuser with abuse. That's like fighting fire with fire, and would probably turn them into, even more of a abusive kind of person. Perhaps. When I say threat of violence, I more mean that when the government steps in to do something with negative behavior, it's usually create negative consequences in the hopes that that's going to change the person, or put them in a sort of fear mechanic so that they don't act on their emotions or their feelings. But that doesn't change that person's emotions. That doesn't change how they're hardwired to be. That might be a lot harder to do, but letting somebody stay in our society, reaping all the benefits of our great infrastructure that we have, that some people on both sides of the political spectrum think, maybe we're too generous. But if we are going to be generous, who would we be generous to? We've had a talk on previous discourse night about what to do with people who immigrate to the U.S., into the U.S., or who come here fleeing in amnesty, or political asylum. But I don't think we talk enough about who receives benefits in our own culture and society as well. What benefits they still have and why. And I think just removing the capacity for them to live a comfortable lifestyle, or to live with the people that they were abusing, isn't enough, and it's working way too late. It's almost religious. And by religious, I don't mean that all religions are like this, but at least the major religion in the United States, Protestantism, right, has this concept that if you behave, you get good things. And if you don't behave, and this is sort of the more poignant one for people who have maladaptive traits to their personality, if you don't behave, bad things happen to you, right? The hellfire, the brimstone, you cast from heaven, you have eternity in hell, suffering and punishment, and that sort of thing. It freaks me out to imagine that even in 2024, there are humans that completely believe that if it weren't for the threat of eternal damnation of their soul, that they personally, inside their own hearts, they would go out and commit all sorts of atrocities on humanity that within them is a cruelty that lives there rent free. They are fabricated as this sort of person. They are naturally and without encouragement from others, naturally cruel and willing and ready to do bad things, except God waggled his finger, and there's a whole hell realm where they might end up, and their soul gets all the bad things and none of the good things, and therefore in that great narrative that it forces them, it cows them into a submission where all of those awful thoughts and motivations inside their head are quelled because they're remembering the big prize at the end. You know, keep your eyes on the prize. They're remembering and they're acting in accordance. I feel like in some ways our government, originally being founded by people much more theistic than what we are today, in some ways our government is founded on some similar principles that I still think are they're outdated, and they're getting older over time. Not least of which, warning people, threatening people with violence. You know, you don't want to steal. Here's why. Here's our rule against stealing. Here's what you're potentially up against through the court system, through the law enforcement, and jail, prison, lethal injection, all those sort of things. We have all this stuff lined up for you. If you harm somebody in certain ways, the type of person you end up harming, how you harm them, whether it's to their property, to their being, to their futures. We have different crime answers for everything. I'm not saying get rid of those. We do need some sort of structure so that there is a punitive loss to the person that commits these sort of crimes. And I think stepping in and having a better structure for protecting people who are recipients of that cruelty, that needs to be first and foremost. Nobody wants to live in a country where this might happen to you or your kids, and then there's no recourse for them. Nobody will find out because either you or your children or loved one will be programmed to not say anything. They'll be cowed by this person, this batterer, to be part of their narrative. And if there isn't enough of a structure to extract them and protect them like Chuck Derry wants, then do you really want to live in a place like that? Do you really want those things to keep it carrying on and the batterers to be protected? Probably not. So I do agree with all that. However, we're starting way too late. Way too late. Just like how we have certain laws against certain types of pornography where the person in question cannot consent, and they just possessing these things on your computer. I think you don't know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to be a little bit algorithm, not too spicy here. But just possession of certain things on your computer, just having viewed certain things on certain websites, marks you and places you in a position where we have laws that we can prosecute against those people. And the reason why we do that, this is sort of like, we're still not catching them early enough, I feel. But at least with certain types of predation, that we catch these people at least to the point where they're just enjoying themselves alone with some stuff on their computer or with some illicit websites that they found, before they get to the point where they might be looking at creating actual live victims in their life. That's ultimately the purpose, right? Do we really want to live in a society where what you look at on your own computer in your own home, alone, without any feds or family over your shoulder, do we really want to live in a culture where that kind of thing is policed? Probably not. A lot of people would really prefer that your private life is your private life. You close the doors, and what you do inside of your own home is entirely yours. A very libertarian idea of, you know, if it's not harming anybody, leave me alone and let me do my thing. But in the case of certain types of predation, in the certain cases of certain mental situations, we know that these people can become a threat to violence, particularly to children. And we do want to save those scenarios. We want to prevent them from happening at the highest rate possible. And so we're willing to give up a little bit of freedom in that regard, right? I think my browser history matters a little bit less. And I'm not a, particularly spicy internet browsing person. I'm willing to give up a little bit of that personal freedom to make sure that more kids in this country are safe and that we are able to stop more of that particular type of crime from happening. But in that regard, and also in the cruelty of domestic violence as well, I think we need to start finding out what triggers this development and how to stop it much earlier so that there's much less need to focus on the victimization side of things, catch them much sooner and start their trajectory down a different path while there's still time. Pikamika says, accountability needs to be held in the home first. True. Families can be the worst enablers who watch and witness predation early and hold non-viable boundaries. Which is scary, right? That's not even necessarily the same thing as somebody receiving abuse, telling a narrative that protects their spouse or protects their partner because they're cowed and because they're afraid. That's just too much tribalism. It's too much protection, thinking that they're not really causing any harm, or if I say something, they might get taken away, placed in some sort of institution or facility. And I think it's out of fear, maybe out of family pride, maybe out of what you think is love and protection for that one family member, when really they should have been held to light and gotten better help much sooner, much sooner. Rush, hello and welcome, Snack God. I do not have snacks for you. I'm still keeping snack light these days. But if somebody, Akumu, has already offered Cheez-Its. Akumu, this is why you are like the stream protector, not only protecting us from the snack god's wrath, but also making sure that I always stay well hydrated and taken care of as well. Would Stream Mom be a good title, or is that weird? I read that with an additional T. Oh, interesting. Would, respectfully and honestly, would. I love you, Rush. You're amazing. Letting that stuff fester in the dark quietly lets it get worse and morphs to other worse things. Right. That's ultimately something that I think we need to understand better. Is we look at people who have reached a certain level as what I think Troa said earlier, subhuman, right? We think nobody could possibly feel this way about other members of humanity. I think that's what I was trying to say. Other people. Nobody could possibly enact this kind of harm. Nobody could possibly put themselves so far forward in their interests that other people matter so little that you're willing to just be a source of harm and fear and pain to that person so that you get more of the thing that you want. At some point, we look at that and we say, that's not me. That's not anybody I know. That's not anybody I want to know. That's not part of our society. That's not how this country was built. That's not how our laws work. That's not what we're moving toward. That's not religious or ethical in the ways that I view religion and ethics. And we think if you're not member to all of those things, then how could you even be a member of humankind? But they were. They used to be just a kid. They used to be part of a family, maybe a family that let them hide under the rug a little bit too long. maybe a family where they experienced this and were a victim themselves, so they learned the rules of the game. Somebody in that household was taking cruelty and weaponizing it to get what they wanted, and somehow it transferred. So you have that multi-generational trap, that cycle that needs to be broken somehow. Because once you see that this not only is functioning in your household, but once you get a taste of it yourself, once you're old enough to try it and you give it a shot, you also see it's working for you. How do you break that? Maybe by then you're too late. Wolf Protector. Oh, I like that. I prefer Wolf Protector. Stream Moms, just to it's awfully domestic for the sort of brand that we have on this stream. Like, I know I wear just like whatever t-shirts, and I don't do a whole like theatrical thing, but I'm moving toward that. We've made some purchases with some of the stream funds earlier before we set up the stream goal for the I'm doing this, and I realize on Instagram nobody has any idea what I'm doing. Hi Stuart, by the way. Thank you for watching on Instagram. Please, Stuart, let me know if everything like runs smooth, no lag, no weird audio, that everything's like crisp and on the up and up. Everybody who's watching me on Instagram, please. It's newer, so I just want to make sure it's good and functioning and looks nice. Yeah. Yeah, we're building toward like a dark theatrical aesthetic here over time. Just you know, bits and pieces as budget rolls in. What I was saying is, before we did the audio stream goal here, which should be updating. It's the 15th, so next stream you should see a big bump from everybody's subs, gift subs, and donos and bits, and the whole shebang all comes in and another big chunk. So awesome. But we've also, before that, devoted a significant amount to stream aesthetic, some of which got, you know, the backdrop to change a little bit here behind us too. Very nice. Intensive therapy. Yeah, back to therapy again. I feel like maybe it's something that, much like with problems with parasexualities, the kind that have legal repercussions, that if we identify it early enough, maybe we could step in, maybe even at the school counseling level. Our elementary school, which our little is recently started attending, there's a school counselor there. I wonder what would happen if they were trained in such a way, or if there was a legal framework that gave us certain protections so that we could intervene and say, doesn't matter what your family structure is like at home, it doesn't matter, you know, who's going to try to protect you or sweep this under the rug, but we notice something in the school and it flags in a certain way, and an intervention of some sort of therapy, it begins in the elementary school level. I don't know before that. I don't know. I don't even know if it's if it would take, if you found a kid who was showing certain markers, how early is too early. But I think elementary school is not a bad point in somebody's life. I was watching a child developmental, I guess, behavioral specialist who said there's something of a critical transition period, and it happens something around the age of 7, I want to say, or he wants to say. I'm quoting him. Something around the age of 7, where a child starts to make transitions from being just like a little kid. Their whole world is just centered and focused and factored around the parents at home, or whoever's at home taking care of them, the primary caregivers. They meet other people. I'll take a pause for the ad break so that everybody who's not subbed will catch up after. Yeah. While we're on ad break, let me go ahead and flip us over to a backdrop that's different than just me staring and talking in the camera here for a second. I pulled this up because we were going to play some Final Fantasy while we chatted. But I had so much to say about this particular discourse topic right out of the gate. I was like, you know what? I'm just going to stay full camera for a good while and just talk for a good while before we go much deeper into anything else that would be distracting potentially. I'm just doing this so that we have a little bit of a different visual and something else to look at besides my mug the whole time. Thanks for being with me on this one. I don't come to these streams necessarily knowing what I believe is an answer, and like it. Yes, my character's riding basically a flying dinosaur. Some sort of, well, I should say it's probably some kind of aquatic lizard, because I recently have been learning a lot about dinosaurs, because we've got kids that are in the I want to learn everything about dinosaurs age. And among the things that I've learned about dinosaurs is anything that's aquatic is probably not a dinosaur. There's a good chance that they are things that look large lizard-like, and so our minds just want to say, well, that's a dinosaur, but are not technically part of Dinosauria. The other thing I discovered is that by new taxonomical conventions, that birds are dinosaurs. Modern birds are neo-aves and are part of Dinosauria in their description. They're not cousins, they're not mutations off of, they are part of, they are a branch off of the dinosaur tree. So they are technically and taxonomically a dinosaur. This is really cool. It's kind of interesting to look and think differently in modern times, that looking at the birds around us, it's like they used to look a certain way and those ones didn't really fly, but these ones, the ones that fly, actually do fly in today's environment. By fly I mean, you know, they exist well and they thrive well in today's modern environment, and that the dinosaurs didn't all die out. They're living well and chirping in trees and laying eggs and eating seeds and quacking and the whole shebang. Today's ads: body wash, electric shavers, Cheetos. Oh, Cheetos. Ads brought to you by consumerism. Yeah. Would that I could just turn them off, honestly. I wish Twitch would just have a situation in which ads just disappeared. But they exist. Where was I going earlier with what we're talking about? Oh, just wanting to talk about this topic and coming into stream without answers, actually. I apologize to some degree, but also thank you for being here in this capacity. When I do start streams like this, I tend to deliberately not come up with an answer, because I'm not trying to start a conversation like human cruelty and why it starts and how we can help mitigate it, and then come at you with an answer. Because if it was just like a question and an answer sort of thing, I'd go make a VOD, right? I'd go do a VOD. I wouldn't have a conversation live with people and raise questions and have people share their own stories if I was an open and shut case. I don't know the answers to mitigating cruelty. Intensive therapy sounds good. I don't know how that would work. I don't know if it would work, and I don't know when it would work or how we would pay for it. But that sounds like a great answer, and I like hearing people's thoughts and collaborating on this sort of thing. So I generally come with a framework for these harder hitting conversations without having drawn up my own conclusions to this. I know, especially when we're talking about like, where does life begin, which I don't think was the stream topic of that particular night. I think it just came up naturally. And we even had a politician in chat who I found out later on did some research. I know so much. I understand so much more if he would have just shared which party he was a member of, a politician of that party. Then it would be like, oh, you know what? Things make so much more sense when I hear them in the context of what you're talking about. And maybe certain arguments wouldn't have even been made, knowing where some, I don't know. I just wish he was a little more transparent, but that was an old conversation. Anyway, I like having these conversations without the answer formulated in my mind, without all the research done prior, so that we can engage on the topic openly and fluidly and accept information from as many resources as we like. Let me catch up with chat. Pikamika continued. I think we got cut off in the ad break, so I wanted to stop right there. Mandated reporting happens all the time as early as infant checkups. This is true. This is true. A lot of this stuff happens in regards to health situations, right? We want to report early on things like if there's going to be some syndromal or generationally passed down disease of some sort, or malformation and development. We talk about these things as early as possible and work on mitigating the risk, the situation, not the risks, but just mitigate how that plays out in a person's life, and give as much power as we can to physicians and parents to take their hands. What's the word I'm looking for? To take on the situation and come at it with as much information as possible, right? So it's important to us, but I feel like we don't do it maybe as much as we ought to with behavioral circumstances. Infant checkups are done in only a diaper to make sure the parent has been feeding the child and not weighing the infant down. Interesting. So we've done checkups with the kids just being in diaper, but it never dawned on me. And maybe this is also a good reason to talk about things like cruelty, because it exposes you to ideas that you might not natively have on your own. It would never dawn on me to try to hide from a physician that I wasn't treating my kids the best I could be. But yeah, that makes so much sense. They'd want to see a child in the least compromisable situation, so a parent can't hide anything, so they can't take charge of the narrative, so that the physician knows the most truth about that child that they can know. Interesting. Although I wonder if this has changed. Oz has shared this story. I don't think she's here anymore, but Oz shared this story that when she was not an infant, but like young, that she had a pediatrician who always asked her personal questions in front of her mom. And you can only get so many answers from a child when their parents are right there listening to your responses. I even remember going to just see an eye doctor for glasses, and he asked me how many hours of TV I watched. I used to be a TV addict, by the way. This is the context of why I bring this up. I used to be super addicted to TV. So I sat there for a moment and said, well, let me think. I think I was like 8 at the time. I was like, oh, let me think. And I thought about what I watch while eating breakfast and getting ready for school. I thought about running home, turning on the TV, how much I watched then. We watched TV while eating dinner. So there's TV then. And like, did I watch any TV after dinner was over? And like we were getting ready for, we're winding down for bed, not getting ready for, winding down for bed. Yeah, there's TV on then too. So I added up all the hours and I was like, I think it's about like 8 hours a day. And my mom interjected and told the doctor, I don't think that's right. That doesn't sound correct to me. And she started to rewrite the narrative right there. And if it weren't for my strength of personality right then, which I'm not touting that I had a strong personality, but right then I was mad that she was correcting me, I think. I stood up for myself. I was like, no, I just did. I counted it all up and I added the number to 8. I think it's 8. But she didn't say that because she thought my math was wrong, or she thought, what do I know about my own life? I'm not paying enough attention. She was embarrassed. She didn't want the eye doctor to think that she was a bad parent. She wanted to rewrite the narrative. I can't believe people would weigh down their child. I'd say one problem is cruelty to some is righteous justice to another. Can you expand on that? I'm curious what you mean by righteous justice. You mean like the way that we react to something? So not just like a person hurting an animal or a loved one in a relationship for power, but like in reaction or retribution for something. Like somebody does something cruel, and so we want to be cruel back to them to show them that wasn't right. What, do I feel like I have an idea who it was? Huh? I read your comment 5 minutes too late. Who was? As far as the cruelty of righteous justice, I'll say this. Oz shared with me a few different TikTok posts about the concept of somebody who commits certain types of crimes to children, being careful with my words on the internet, and getting processed through the criminal justice system. Generally, these people end up in regular prison, and having ended up in regular prison, they're placed around a bunch of people who are not like them, who do not have the same thoughts or ideas that they do as far as what you can and can't do with a child. And these felons and other inmates, cellmates in some cases, have strong opinions against the perpetrator of crime upon a child, and decide to take justice into their own hands. Now, when you see the narrative the way it's described on TikTok, everybody is, or I don't know about everybody, there's a brigade of people that steps on these posts about what happens to the perpetrator of a crime against a child in some sort of sick gratitude for righteous justice. That is to say, most of the time what seems to happen in these stories that get shared online is some great violence happens to them and they die while in prison, either in their own cell with their cellmate or whatever it happens to be. They mouthed off one too many times. It got out what sort of criminal they were. Maybe they even shared their stories thinking that who would possibly commit harm to them because of the repercussions. You know, the prison would maybe lengthen somebody's sentence for causing harm to another criminal in their same cell. But all of these people are like, see, that's what happens when you're that type of criminal. That's what happens to you, is even your own fellow inmates will take your life into their hands. And that feels good to a lot of people. That feels right, that should happen to them. They should die in their own prison cell, forever being that type of criminal. I wonder if you're talking about something like that when you mention righteous justice. Reaction, yes. Like currently a young family member is in trouble with her friends because she was bad-mouthing them. When a fight broke out, the girl who was talked about felt justified in absolutely wailing on the gossip. She said it was defense of her character, and gossip deserved the severe beatdown. These are 14-year-olds. Oof. Yeah. Like, I know it's a trope to say violence is never the answer, but to have your name be smirched, well, I guess a 14-year-old's not going to stop and think, if I also commit violence on this person, maybe my name would be really besmirched. Maybe that's a bad idea. Maybe I'm adding besmirchment upon besmirchment if I also portray myself as the sort of person that would smack you down for saying anything bad about me. And now everybody whispers doubly about me, although keeps it on the hush hush, even more so. That's crazy. Yeah, I don't trust 14-year-olds to have good judgment, but I also don't know many 14-year-olds in my circle when I was that age that would just immediately decide that beating somebody up was the right answer to solve their problem. Did know some that way, though. Did know some that way. In regards to the closet politician in chat. Oh, yeah. Well, no, he wasn't a closet politician. He was an overt politician who mentioned he was a politician, mentioned, quote unquote, my party several times, but wouldn't say what party that was. Spoiler alert, it wasn't one of the two major parties. So maybe in that regard, he was just trying not to be confusing and use a term that people don't know and jargon dump for no good reason. Yeah. But and he goes by his legal name online too. I know a few people that do. I even had somebody in stream one time completely dox himself. He doesn't go by his name in Twitch, but he said, oh yeah, my legal name's blah 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 and I live on this street and I don't care if anybody knows. I was like, well, thank you for sharing. I don't know that I can keep this up on VOD because you've now created a situation where your decision also affects, you know, my content that I've created online for having done so. Yeah. Why do we call it a party? It's never fun. That depends. You can put the fun in political fundamentals, depending on what politics you stand for. Sorry, that was a really lame joke. Yeah, I don't know why they're called parties either. This place is pretty. Oh yeah, this is a great place. Ilmeg. Someday, one day, you will discover the beauties of this place too. I don't want to say too much about just what the heck is happening here, give you too much of a tour. There's a lot of places you can't see that I haven't gone to yet. But I won't spoil the entire area because spoilers. Is this Palia? This is Final Fantasy 14. Yeah, I alpha'd for Palia. I can say that now. I was on the alpha and beta for Palia, and it's such a great concept for a game. I was behind it from day one. I don't stream it, and I haven't played it since for quite some time now. But I think the developers show so much love. It was such an inclusive community that was really being heard along the way. Everything that they were doing, they were checked in with all of us as far as what content should be included, changed, how it's affecting us. That's the biggest thing, is like when they added new stuff, how did this affect the culture and feel of the game, both for you as an individual and for you interacting with other people. And I think that was so good. The use of empathy, the use of your heart listening to other people's needs. Isn't that kind of the root of this particular stream tonight? They presented their game right out of the gate with a lot of empathy, and I think listening to their player base even before they had a player base was the smartest thing that they could have done. They did a really great job. Spoilers aren't a big thing to me. Oh yeah, I mean, I don't mind you know, flying around here. You get to see like beautiful land design, but at the same time, not knowing the context is probably better. So I wouldn't go around here and say, and then this is where this happens, and then so and so lives in this castle, and then you go over here, and there's a really fun quest over in that corner. Like, I wouldn't say any of that kind of stuff. Back to the TikTok issue of the certain demographic of criminal that gets murdered in prison by their fellow inmates. I found it so unfathomable that the people of TikTok were so supportive of this kind of violence. The felons in question that committed the murder of their cellmate, I sort of get. They're probably lower empathy people. They're probably people who see violence as a tool and something that can be utilized to solve a problem. And then they meet somebody who is a severe problem to the most innocent of our society, and they say, I can't stand to watch innocents be hurt. I can't stand to think of innocents being hurt. I'm meeting this person who's unempathetic, unapologetic for their past crimes. Maybe they're even sharing stories of what they used to do to kids. And if I hear all of this and I'm low empathy and high violence is a solution, maybe at some point I will have heard enough and I will take matters into my own hands, because I can't imagine a criminal justice system that is letting this person eventually come back out into society. I don't think they will ever be better. And so I'm going to take matters into my own hands and make sure that they don't ever do this to another person ever. I get their idea. What is wild to me is how many people on TikTok, which probably are not criminals, they probably have higher empathy, they probably don't use violence as the solution, hopefully, were like, yeah, yes, this is good and this is right. You see what you get? You commit this crime, and not only do you get a trial and a sentence and you're put in prison, but then on top of that, while in prison, even the prisoners hate you, and then you're done, and then that's the end of your story. You're done. That's what you get. That feels good and just and right, and we're all behind the felon that committed this murder because he did the right thing in killing that person. That to me is where it feels scary. That's where I find it hard to fathom, because these aren't criminals on, I don't think, on TikTok. But that's quite cruel. That's quite cruel to imagine that at some point you just feel like that's an inhuman person, and all we want for that person is extrajudicial murder. Speaking of spoilers, I was going to see Alien Romulus Saturday, but I have to be a responsible adult. Movie tickets for 4 of us would spread things too thin, especially at the start of a pay period. Oof, yeah. Movies are not a cheap experience. We've only been to a movie theater twice since the kids were born, because it is a budgeting experience. It's not like going to a theme park or anything, which now is, you know, you could buy your first kid's car, a used car, for the cost of what it takes to go to a theme park, especially if you do multi-day ticketing. But I feel like what theme parks used to cost is now what movie theaters cost, and so there is some consideration as far as like getting out there. I've enjoyed the Alien movies. I wouldn't say love them all. Really, the first one is still my favorite of all. I actually liked Prometheus, and a lot of people dumped on it really bad, put a lot of hate on Prometheus. But Prometheus was the last one that I saw, so I need to do some catching up. Was this the TikTok of the guy who unalived his cellmate because he wouldn't stop talking about his deviant behavior towards kids? So that was like the last one in a series of TikTok posts that Oz was showing me over the course of a month or two. And it was coming up as a conversation between the two of us. Just, you know, what sort of society we've become not that inmates kill other inmates because they feel a certain way about their other inmates' crime. That makes sense to me. Honestly, it does. I get it. I don't like it. I don't think it should happen. I think punishment should be levied against the punisher, the person who decided to take law enforcement into his own hands in the prison cell? Yes, I do. I do, because that person now proves that they don't trust the justice system to the extent that they will go back out into society and find other situations in which they feel that their right is the right to enact on the rest of their community, that they are the law. Their perception of ethics is the one that matters. And we don't want to live in a society where that's allowed at the personal level, right? We don't want to live in a society where we think I have to cohere to the ethical standards of all of my neighbors, because if I don't, if I fall short of one neighbor, that neighbor might kill me. We don't want to live in that society. We don't live in that society. We don't want to. So should that guy be punished? Yes. But the wilder part was reading through the comments of those posts and seeing how many people, not even anonymous posters, you know, we're not talking about like 4chan where you post as anonymous, but like people putting their names and sometimes their TikTok career out there and say, yes, this is right. This guy did the right thing. You want to convict this guy for murder? There was no murder. Do you see him kill his cellmate? I didn't see him kill his cellmate. That kind of thing. That is wild to me. Yeah. So, cruelty. Yeah. It kind of makes me wonder. Now I want to look this up. What's the incidence rate of sociopathy and the incidence rate of like domestic violence? How would we even start with a search like that? Because I wonder, you know, how much is being cruel in your own house perceived as, like, how much is this part of our culture? Let me bring this back up on both parts. Let's see. Just general sociopathy rate. So I'm right, it's not called sociopathy anymore. I need to be more up with this term. Antisocial personality disorder, or ASPD. Not to be confused with APD, which is something else entirely, right? APD disorder. Whoa, there's actually air products and chemicals stock as well. Auditory processing disorder. Yeah, something completely different. So ASPD. So it seems to be estimated between 1% and 4%. Let's see. Per capita domestic violence in, we'll just say in the USA. If we do 4% at the high end, say, you know, sociopathy has an incidence rate of at the max, maybe around 4%. Then domestic violence, according to the CDC, more than 1 in 3 women, more than 1 in 4 men in the US have experienced intimate partner violence in their lifetime. I don't know if that's the same thing as living with somebody who is cruel completely, or if some of these are isolated one-off instances. It's a start. Those are insane numbers to me to see right now. Again, I come at these with not having done the research ahead of time, so we can sort of learn and explore together. But this is hard for me to stomach. Yeah, those are really high incidence rates. And these are including the R word that we usually don't say on stream, unless I forget, and then I do. But also physical violence and or stalking. So I have not been a victim of the first, but I've been a victim of numbers 2 and 3. I've been left bloodied before. Shouldn't say bloody, that sounds like all of me, but... And I have been stalked before. Even to my house. The CDC also reports that nearly half of all women and men have experienced psychological aggression by an intimate partner in their lives. I've definitely experienced that before too, in previous relationships. So those incidence rates, according to this overview anyways, are nearly identical. So almost half of all people in the US have experienced some sort of psychological aggression, which I would say is far more insidious. And in some regards, when we were talking about those people who were in the court mandated groups for battery, the folks don't necessarily always need to resort to violence, right? How many people do you think are getting away with not being in a court mandated group because it never came to blows? They never actually laid a hand on somebody, but maybe in that household there's a patch of drywall that got smashed open with a punch, or you know, plates were shattered, or something happened outside, some bullet lodged in a tree out back or something like that. All sorts of things that you can do that don't end up getting reported as an actual act of violence, but are something psychologically rewiring to the person. I've definitely had more of the psychological aggression in my past than I have the physical, but I've had a little bit of both of those categories. I was looking for per capita domestic violence by state. I don't need state, but 10 million estimated every year. So it was, if we take that statistic, I wish this would just do a breakdown of the entire country instead of doing it by state. This is creepy to me though, to see things listed in this fashion. Why does this top bar, why did this top bar hate me? It won't go away, but it also blocks off the very top of the, well, it's fine. You can still see every state. But look at how this looks. There are some obvious places that seem to make sense to me. The north, the sort of like mountainous areas where there, or plain states, seems to be less incidents because there's just less population there, right? Well, I don't know. These are per capita, right? These are percentages. Yeah, it doesn't make much sense. But I guess when there's not a lot going on around you, these areas tend to be a little bit lower. Maybe you're just busy, just trying to make ends meet and just living your own little quiet life. You don't have to, you have to be aggressive to somebody, or maybe they're just better at hiding it out there. I don't know. It seems to be lighter in those areas. But what surprises me is how dark Nevada and Arizona are. That's quite surprising to me. How dark South Carolina is when none of its neighbors are. Like, why is that? Why specifically that one state? I don't know states that well to be able to say, is there an endemic culture or whatever? And especially Kentucky seems like it's not only the highest incident rate, it outpaces the next by like by an extra 2%, which is thousands of reports higher. But also Kentucky looks like it is a nexus where it is drawing in its neighbors, because everything is darker around Kentucky as well, right? Wild. So something about that area of the country is particularly violent in the home in a way that's I just almost not understandable. Well, anyway, what I was looking at here, 1 in 4 and 1 in 9 men experience. So 10 million people experience domestic violence. That means there's probably about 10 million perpetrators. And that's yearly. Let's just say it's like roughly the same 10 million. I wonder what that incidence rate is. What's the population of the US right now? Population clock? Sure. It's from census.gov, so I guess that's about right. So if we're looking at 10 million out of 335 million, it's like 3%. That's really nothing to sneeze at. If sociopathy is between 1 and 4%, and we do things for, well, I should say again, ASPD. We do things for people with ASPD. It's got a clinical diagnosis. We have a therapeutic path. We know how to identify it. We can start to make big changes to somebody who is completely sociopathic. And the incidence rate of that is low enough that you might think that doesn't matter. What's 1 to 4%? What's 4% of the USA? 4% is pretty low, right? Should be fine if we let it go. It's not. It's high enough that it matters. If we talk about incidence rates leading to policy changes, you know, people would argue the point of, why should we make marriage equal for all? Why should we give people trans rights based on low population numbers? It doesn't matter. Unless that population is like 1 or 2 people, then you're like, okay, maybe not make sweeping changes to an entire country's infrastructure. But percentages, probably higher than 1% or 1% and higher, are usually enough to warrant something happening. Not just reactive, but preventive. So why not the same thing with domestic violence and cruelty? Why don't we do more to stop that? Regardless of the money. Because I know some people will say, well, we're just a country that works exclusively by what gives us the best monetary result. But honestly, if more than a third of women, more than a quarter of men are abused in their relationship, don't you think that affects our overall productivity and happiness as a country? Wouldn't you think, even from a capitalist standpoint, if I was a big philanthropist or a big company that wanted to invest back in the country to figure out what can I do to gain for the greater good entirely, wouldn't you invest in helping keep violence down, helping keep cruel people not just rehabilitated, but prevented from going further down their own rabbit hole, so that we can extract more, productivity from the population base, from a purely capitalist idea. You know, if you can't think of things in terms of greater good for people is good, you could still think about it in a monetary sense and still have a good conclusion as to why you should invest in this better. Too many people hide it. Too much of it goes unaccounted for. That needs to stop, right? Not only are there more groups now than I think ever before to help extract people from that violence, government mandated in some regards, but we're also in an area where you can crowdsource support much easier than I think you ever could. If you live in like buttfuck nowhere and you think, well, I only have 8 people that would ever vouch for me, now you could just get an entire army, an entire litany of people that if you shared your story, presented the facts, that you could make big change happen. They're too scared to report, too scared to leave. Too scared to leave can be hard. That I can understand, especially if you grew up without proper resources, which is why I care very much about our girls, and well, I care very much about everybody's girls or boys or anybody having all the resources that they need to be independent, because the last thing I would ever want to see is somebody who's trapped in a relationship and feel that without their partner they have nothing themselves to go out and be safe. Hi. I saw you enter, I heard the knock, and then you left. It was a little bit creepy, but kind of fun. Dang it, you looked at Discord? Yeah, I didn't even hear you come in because I have streamer mode on, so I don't hear when people enter or leave the channel. But that was a pretty good knock. It was very bassy. If I didn't see your icon pop up on the stream, because the camera and my monitoring of the stream were like side by side, you could have gotten away with it. I'm firing on all cylinders tonight. But yeah, this is why I care so much about empowering our kids, and hopefully would love to see this with other families as well, to make sure that if you marry somebody or you're with a partner and they're the breadwinner or they're the protector, guardian, financier of things, that you don't feel trapped. You've got all those resources somewhere. You've learned them before. You can do this. Even if you get stuck in a bad relationship, you know you can get out because you have everything you need inside you. But for a lot of people, especially the way I think women were raised in the US for a long time, you were raised to not have it, half of those skills that you needed. Yeah. Where would they go? I guess it's not so bad if only they're getting hurt. So I've made that argument before. That one's a lot harder to mitigate, and I don't know what the answer is. I didn't have the right answer myself in my previous marriage. It wasn't enough for me to be hurt, and I let myself continue to get hurt for far too long. It wasn't until I watched other people getting hurt that I took action. Which sucks. It sucks. And I wish I had learned. Maybe I've learned since then. I mean, I don't have to apply it because I'm in a good relationship, but maybe I've learned since then to care more about myself. But at that time, I couldn't care enough. If it was just me, it didn't matter. I watched other people's lives very adversely affected, and that was enough to get me to act. Yeah. So much of a laundry list of reasons why things don't get fixed. Yeah. If your partner is isolating you, you move around, removes your friends, no social media, no phone, you can't do that. That's true. That's true. There are certain higher levels of danger. If you have no social media, how do you even rally an army to come and help you out? Tried to scare you. You did such a good job. You did. If it weren't for my keen senses tonight, I think you probably would have done it. How you doing tonight, Panda King? Oh no! But you freaked out Oz. I literally looked around the room. My heart's like 100 beats per minute. Oh. I thought about doing the louder one, but I didn't want to cause literal heart attacks. The thing of it is that maybe a quieter one would probably be more reasonable, because a loud knock might not sound right. Like, especially Oz and I both have like this sort of protected ear muff kind of thing on the headphones. So if I hear a knock that loud, I think I'm hearing a sound effect through the headphones. It's loud. If I heard it like muffled and off one ear or the other, I'd be like, oh, maybe somebody's like knocking because I just barely heard it. Like these are, what is the brand? Sennheiser or something like that. They do some level of mitigation of outside sound. So the louder the knock, the less I believe it's true. Yeah. I'd be dead. I just realized the stream I popped into as I just did that. You're so good. You're fine. We're talking about cruelty, not pranksters. So pranking is fine. But yeah, Wednesdays can be deep talks at some point. This one particularly is on the deeper side for sure. I'm good. Got to stay awake all night because I got to pack up later because tomorrow morning we leave for Pismo. Oh, that sounds fun. How long are you going to be there? Got any exciting specifics planned? I was like, where the fuck is the knocking coming from? That's an outside upper floor wall. At least in your own head, you realized this isn't realistic, right? Yeah. And Oz and I have a living situation where if we heard like a loud knock, it would be something that would raise our heart rate. Even the kiddos, we know what their knock sounds like if they knock, and usually them coming into our room, they don't knock. They just come in. Oh, your cryptid brain turned on. Cryptid brain shit it was. What is on my house? I can always pop back in and test the louder sound on Oz. You should wait for an Oz stream to do it. We'll be there for 2 weeks. We got a cottage for free for 2 weeks every year there. Is that a timeshare sort of thing? I have so many questions as somebody who, if you actually own a timeshare, I want to know. I've heard a lot of negativity, especially since the John Oliver piece on timeshares. Now open your walls, Oz. I'm hungry. It's Rush. Rushdell is officially now a cryptid. He's not just a snack god. He is a like snack eldritch being and is climbing up your walls. Rush, you just come inside through the front door. I think he's too large now. He's like No Face. He's grown and he needs a significantly higher level of care than that. So we have a membership with Emerald Cove Resort, and Pismo Beach Resort is part of it. Oh, interesting. So they give you sort of like a perk of staying as part of that membership. It's like timeshare light. You can enjoy the perks of being a member, which include stay, without having the scam of co-owning property. He's paying for the goddamn walls. Buy us a new bathroom, Rushy. Honestly, please. We could use 2 new bathrooms. Also, why are you flipped? Why is who flipped? That sounds awesome. At some point when we're, you know, swimming in money, we'll have to take a look at what kind of membership stuff we have in our area. I don't know what that would look like. My camera is flipped. This is my left hand. It is on the left side of the screen. I guess I would call that flipped. It's easier for me to track things. So when I'm doing like camera weatherman sort of stuff, like, you know, over up in that corner of the stream right there, it's easier for me to do when I'm doing it in a mirror. Yeah. Does that mean people are going to get the wrong idea about how my backdrop is or how I am? I mean, so this should say road, and it doesn't. It says Edor. It's usually not flipped like this. So yeah, I do have proof in the pudding, and I think this is a subtle psychological trick. But if you are a streamer, or you want to get into streaming and you want to learn a little tactic that I use, then it merits mentioning why one might do this. I haven't done the research as to why so many TikTokers flip their cameras, but I feel like TikTok posts are vast majority flipped camera. And maybe you all can find out by doing some internet sleuthing why that is. But I feel like they're almost all flip camera. The reason why I flip camera as a streamer, and why you might consider it if you're a streamer or want to be one, is because if I'm playing a game live or presenting information, whatever it happens to be on the screen that's more than just me. It's not just this the parameters of the camera itself full up in a close-up, right? On that one, I think the camera is true to the room. Everything's in the right orientation. But if I'm playing a game or presenting some sort of information, what I do is I position myself so that when I'm looking at and engaging with the content myself, in this case, Final Fantasy. In the shadows, Hollywood superstar Shia LaBeouf. Oz is going to miss the explanation. Have a good night, Oz. I flip the camera so that my nose and eyes are pointed to... That scared you? Oh no. Oz, you got Panda back. I got a VOD or a Hubbin. It's true. You can always get the answer there. Yes, you've evened it out. Yeah, my center of focus on what I'm streaming, in this case tonight, Final Fantasy, but any night, you know, whatever happens to be up on the screen, I want my focus to look like I'm looking in that direction on my stream layout. So I'll place my camera off to one side. I'm usually like not in the middle of the screen or whatever. I know some streamers. There's a guy that we've been raiding the past couple months who puts himself right in the bottom center of his screen. And so he doesn't have to look left or right. He's just an identity in the middle of his screen, bottom center. But I like to have myself off to one side. And so having myself off to one side, if I'm focused on the game, my monitor for the game, locatively right now, is over here. It's not right underneath the camera. The camera is sitting on something else. The monitor with the game is over this angle, this trajectory. So I flip the camera such that whatever's up on the screen and wherever my camera is on the layout, it looks like I'm looking toward the action or toward the center of the screen. If I'm looking over here and the game is up there on stream, then it looks funny. It looks like I'm playing out the window. Now, if I've got, you know, my tongue hanging out of my mouth and I'm like focused and I'm holding a controller or whatever, it's obvious that I'm playing a game, then it doesn't matter where I'm looking. You know I'm playing. It's just a small, subtle psychological trick that adds to the inclusion, that if I'm looking in the same direction on stream as the main focus of the game, then it actually looks like I'm immersed in that environment, right? Yeah. Oh, Rush is stuck inside of our walls. Lovely. That's lovely. So if we hear scratching in the walls at night, that's just you. I was looking at the patch notes for Once Human. Ooh, tell me more. I haven't caught up on that. We'll need you to transport flour bricks. Flour bricks? Are you going to build our bathroom out of flour? Something tells me that flour and water won't mix. So, like, would we be able to take a shower? I'll whisper to you and feed Dorito crumbs, keeping you barely alive until you're weak enough to control you cryptid. Wow, Oz got dark quick. Talk about a stream on human cruelty. Jeez. I mean, you could get me more furry adopts and I will be under your control. That sounds a lot harder than just starving you while you're trapped in our walls, though. I'll side with Oz on this one. Yeah. Anyway, insane to think. 1 out of 3 women, 1 out of 4 men experiencing violence at some point in their life. Now that's potentially with a lot of partners. You know, very few people I know in the modern era meet somebody, date them, marry them, and die married to them. So you're not saying that that 1 in 3 and 1 in 4 rates mean that their partner they're currently with is the abuser. That just that they've run across one at some point in their life. So the incidence rate's not that crazy. But still, 10 million cases each year is like a 2 to 3% incidence rate, didn't we say? Almost 3%. Basically 3% incidence rate. That's high. That is a lot. 3 is too much. I mean, any percent is too much. But that's insane to fathom. Sam, how you been? You had percentages up just a moment ago for the country. It would be interesting to see percentages for other countries to put these numbers into perspective, mean, variance, and so on. Let's take a look. I like that. If we were to... Do I still have that window? Or did I trash it? Thinking, oh, we're done with... Oh, no, here it is. Okay, yeah, we still have it. Let's see. Bloop. Bloop. Let's take a look at domestic violence rates by country, shall we? Feel like I want to pull up a .gov for this sort of thing. Global, regional, national prevalence estimates of physical or sexual or both intimate partner violence against women 2018. So this is pre-pandemic. This is maybe more telling about how things had been normally in our society. Obviously, during the pandemic, we saw a spike in these. Well, I don't know if I should say obviously. For those of you that probably know, but not everybody necessarily knows this, incidence rates of crimes against children, partners, just all sorts of violence stemmed within the house elevated quite a bit because people were stuck at home or unable to go to work or things were locked down, which is also crazy that there is a significant portion of our population who is violent that is just busy. We keep them busy. Like, oh, go be a wage earner, go make a whole bunch of money, and come home really tired from your job. Maybe you're stressed out and just preoccupied because work takes so much out of you. So then you come home and you don't have enough in you to take it out on somebody else. And then you take that away from those people and then they become violent. Then they have the oomph and they're home already. So I think we were seeing something involving countries listed here. Hopefully it wasn't just global database, number of women interviewed. Pretty big study. Almost 2 mil. 154 countries for lifetime partner violence. 159 for just past violence. Okay. Now I'm kind of curious here. These are global stats, but I wonder if they do a breakdown by country. That's the big thing I kind of want to see. Estimate for... Oh, so here's the breakdown for lifetime versus just past year. And it seems like incidence rates are pretty even across the board. Although it does seem like there's a little bit of lower... Oh, that says 15 years and older. That's a weird... Why is this cohort there when there's 15 to 49? I have to be careful about reading these. So these are kind of weird here, but here's better cohorts. 15 to 19, 20 to 24, 25 to 29. It seems pretty even across the board. Yeah. So it almost doesn't matter how old you and your partner are, just that you're probably going to experience it at roughly the same rate. Lifetime versus past year. Yeah, lifetime seems pretty steady. Obviously, I guess when people get older, they become a little bit less violent, so there's a bit of a drop off there. But I'm looking for... Okay, so here's more broader breakdowns. It's at least a start. Again, lifetime violence on the left, just in the past year on the right. Did you bring the laundry up when you cut stream? I will make a note to do so, because if I don't make a note to do so, I won't. I won't remember. Laundry. Yeah, it's in my phone. Okay, so central... Oh, this is kind of weird. I was expecting to see more of a breakdown. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll see it. It's all just coming up lower. So Central Europe for lifetime intimate partner violence prevalence. We got Central Asia, Central Europe, Eastern Europe hovering around the 18 to 21s. Things go a little higher. Wait, what does it say? High income. Are these regional prevalence estimates? I'm not sure I understand. Oh, these are regions of high income. Interesting. So all of Central Europe is considered not high income? Okay. Well, that's interesting in and of itself. Chris, hello and welcome. So with high income areas of the world, I guess, the prevalence seems even higher for violence, which is wild. You know, these people have more in their lives. Maybe, and I wonder if this is the case, do you think being in lower income areas, you're too busy working? Sort of the idea that we were talking about with the pandemic, where if people are too busy working, you're clocking into your 9 to 5, or you're just out there farming all the time. You're just busy surviving, subsisting. You don't have time to be violent with your partner. You don't have time to be a cruel person in life if all you're trying to do is just like live. High income areas, suddenly you have more freedom, right? Maybe your productivity doesn't have to be as high throughout the day because everybody else is kind of taking care of each other. And the more we collaborate, the more productivity we get. So these violence rates got higher, especially Australasia gets a little bit of a bump, and then Southern Latin America and North America go even higher. Both incidence rates of basically 25% of the population, give or take. I think these are the confidence intervals here. Like a fourth of every person has experienced domestic violence then, which is insane. Absolutely insane. Yeah, it keeps going. So Latin America and the Caribbean. Wow. Andean Latin America is off the charts. What is considered Andean Latin America? I wonder. So I know where the Andes are. I'm just curious as to which countries are considered a part of this. Oh, here we go. Opportunities in Andean Latin America. They define it in this. So Andean Community, or CAN, it's probably Comunidad Andean. I don't know what the N would be actually. So it's basically Bolivia, Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador. So if you're thinking of South America as a continent, you're looking in the northwest portion of the continent there. Maybe idle hands or the devil's playthings. Honestly, well, I want to say something about that guy since you brought up that quote. But I think there's some truth to that as far as when it comes to somebody who has an innate cruelty within them. And I don't want to say innate, maybe not the right word, but a learned cruelty. If somebody is cruel and they're going to act in some sort of negative way to their fellow man, they can't do it if they're busy just trying to eat, right? Get water, get food, keep yourself housed, keep yourself safe. Those sort of things take up a lot of time in certain areas of the world even today. Not everywhere has progressed to the same, degree of industrialization. The more industrialized you get, the more free time you get. What do you do with your free time? Everybody has different strategies, right? I'd say the vast majority of people that I've met, maybe you could prove me wrong, but it seems to me most people find that leisure tends to be the thing that they want to do the most. I've been watching universal basic income studies, and the one from, where was it? Colorado. I know we're going to go on like two different tangents here because I also want to do idle hands are the devils. I thought he said workshop, but it might be playthings. You might be right. UBI study news. You're going to see the way my brain works tonight pretty well because I usually don't open up browser tabs on stream, but tonight we're going to do it. UBI study by Open Sam Altman bolsters support for basic income. Was it this one? The Sam Altman one, founded or done by OpenAI. Trying to see basically what I read in findings here. So 2016, this was before the study. He said, I'm fairly confident that at some point in the future, as technology continues to eliminate traditional jobs and massive new wealth gets created, we're going to see some version of this at a national scale. I think this is inevitable just because there's so many jobs out there that are pathetically still being done by people. And if we put enough investment into infrastructure, we could get rid of people having to do these jobs. And I say that as sort of a double-edged blade. I do get the fact that people, at least right now, still feel like there's a trapping where if I can't work, then what do I do? How do I afford a place to live? How do I afford food on my table? But I think that means that we're moving to a model where as we kill jobs, which is inevitable, we are doing better at making the grunt work go away, that we will need to do something with a population that continues to grow. We are not shrinking. In most countries, we are not becoming less and less populous. And so we need to figure out sooner than later, what do you do with non-productive people? And I think UBI is a good answer for that, personally. A handful of states have tried to block UBI. Participants use the funds to buy essentials like food, rent, transportation, and not vices, which I think is cool. They cut down on taking unprescribed painkillers and drinking too much, which is interesting. Better budgeters. Move houses, sought better school districts. Lowest income spent more on financial support to family and friends rather than crashing with friends or leaning on others to pay rent. So, yeah, maybe the more poor you are, the more socialist you feel that you can spread your good fortune around to other people and help them out more in their lives. What I read, and I don't know if this is this study or not, so take this with a grain of salt that I couldn't find it in a cursory search, but I read that maybe it wasn't the poor people, but maybe people who are a little bit better off when they were receiving UBI, they were more prone to not pursue greater investment in like a new job. They weren't looking to try to like make a new product for the world, develop a new invention, go be artistic and produce creative works for the world. They just wanted to be at home more and working less. So less hours of productivity in the day, more leisure, more just hanging out, either, you know, spending time with family, chatting, eating, talking, watching shows, movies, playing video games, just being, you know. I don't think that's a bad thing. The article I read mentioned this as like, look at how bad it would be on UBI because people take themselves out of the equation from being helpful to greater society. One, I argued earlier that you can't make somebody less cruel by telling them your cruelty will result in a bunch of punishments by law. That just puts people into hiding, right? You're crazy people that want to actually harm other humans and think that harming other humans is, if it's to their benefit, it's worth it. And it's not bad at all because I get so much out of it. If you tell those people, we're going to put you in jail, we're going to put you through the criminal justice system, or we're going to take away your family, your spouse, because you are a violent person, we're going to put restraining orders on you and all that kind of stuff. If you tell them these sort of things, you don't stop them from being cruel. You haven't fixed the problem. All you've done is put a big band-aid, obviously one that needs to happen, but you need to then continue. You know, that doesn't do anything. And I think in the same regard, when you put people through the labor force and tell them, go put on an apron, go wave to customers, put on a smile, and make yourself presentable so that they will enjoy our brand and put more money into our products. You're not making that person more interested in productivity. You're just coercing them because they need a place to live. They need money for food and utilities. So they need to do it. You're not making them want it. And I think the vast majority of people that I've met agree on that. I'm not this way, so I'm talking almost from an outsider's perspective. You can tell me if I'm wrong, that you feel like more people are more productive. But I believe people have a small amount of productivity in them and a lot amount of would love to be leisurely. I love my couch, I love my bed, I love my family, I love food and good times, I love to be out and about and having fun, I love to be consuming culture, whether that's books, movies, TV shows, or whatever. And if you say, do you also want to go clock in, that's never a higher level desire for the majority of people. It's strictly by coercion. So in other words, I think UBI is good because it would take away having to be productive from a bunch of people that don't want to and are being forced to by current society's standards. Hence, you would need a UBI to step in and make sure that those people's needs are still being met, so the coercion disappears. I don't know how we got onto UBI, but the high incidence rates in Bolivia, Colombia, Peru, and Ecuador are surprising to me. I don't know enough about these cultures off the top of my head. I had a good friend who is Colombian, but that doesn't say anything. I mean, as far as I know, he wasn't a violent person. I think Colombia got most or happiest population 1 year in the last, at some point in my lifetime. And so I don't think of very happy people as wanting to go home and hurt their families. And yet here it is in the area with the high incidence rate. But now we at least know exactly what Andean Latin America is. I'd love if the study was able to speak to this. Not that the study is here to describe so much as to just show what's happening. But before we continue on to the other areas, let me do that idle hands thing. This is idle hands of the Devil's Workshop Proverbs. I feel like there's somebody who mentioned this that coined it, though. Maybe it wasn't this. Now I'm trying to remember, because I thought I had looked up a guy who had written a quote that was something like this about being idle or about needing to be productive. And now I'm seeing everything is coming from the Bible. Now I'm like, well, what was that guy? What was that guy's quote about then? I'm gaslighting myself because it's all saying Proverbs in this search results. Crazy. Okay, so well, I'll explain why I feel like I'm gaslighting myself right now. I thought that this was the quote, but it might have been a different quote, where there's some guy who was basically part of British aristocracy. His family were landowners. They were part of, you know, like lower aristocracy, maybe not royalty per se. And he used to write about all of the ethics about being a hard worker, pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps, being productive all the years of your life, and that productivity makes you into a better person, and wrote all of this like basically like work porn, right? Like, what should you do with your life? You should always be grinding. You should always be contributing. You got 2 hands and 2 feet. They should be laboring towards something. And it came out later on that he had some sort of a disease or something like that. He got sick somehow, and he needed to rely on his connections and networking to be taken care of. And so he lived on this palatial estate, some beautiful mansion, you know, with pretty flowers in the backyard, maybe like where we're sitting right now in game. And basically spent most of his time in his bedroom while servants and other people were like caring for him, bringing him his meals and all this sort of thing. And while he was in that capacity of his life, he's still writing about how important it is to be like grind mindset or productivity. I thought he was the guy that wrote the idle hands quote, but obviously it's biblical, much older than that. But now I wonder, what was that story that I read? Who was that guy? I'm really bad with remembering names. And yeah, who wrote all that productivity porn when clearly he was like the least productive of us, and required social welfare, at least from his network or family or whatever it was, that stepped in and said, you don't have to be productive. You can just live out your years. And in certain areas of the world, especially in, you know, 1700s or 1800s Britain, I'm trying to think, maybe it was around the era that he was active as a writer. If you were in the right social strata, you could just get by not doing shit with the rest of your life, just sort of breathing and taking up food and living in somebody's west wing of a mansion. Some says everything in nature tends to conserve energy. It's the physics explanation for inherent laziness. Laziness is more than conservation of energy, though. I think all of us at some point feel like we need to get up and move. What I think it is that since the Industrial Revolution, especially, we've moved more and more toward a workday that pushes us to do well more than what we want, and more than what I think we evolved as a species to do over the course of the day. I don't think humans inherently worked all day long, all the time, because then you wouldn't have any energy for an emergency situation. If you think back to the era when things weren't as safe for us, we hadn't conquered as much of the world. If you needed a sudden burst of, oh my God, we might die right now if we don't get away from this threat, whether that's environmental or animal or whatever, or no, other people, you needed some reserves or some, you know, quick emergency. We've got to move right now immediately. And if you work yourself to the bone every day, you're lacking that essential protective structure. But I also think we're following people's philosophy on work. In the US, the idea that the workday is broken up between you should have 8 hours of work, 8 hours of leisure, and 8 hours of slumber, and then repeat it again the next day. That's a philosophy. That was somebody's idea. I don't know who Who invented the 8-hour workday? I feel like it was like one dude, and then everybody's like, yeah, that guy sounds right. Originated in 16th century Spain, so you know, pretty late in the span of human history. Philip II, so King Philip II of Spain established an 8-hour workday. Probably wasn't even his idea. It was probably somebody that he decided, your idea sounds great, I think we're gonna follow that. For the construction workers in the American viceroyalties by a royal edict known as Ordenanzas de Felipe II. So yeah, whether it's him or somebody on his council, we've only had, out of all human history, something like, you know, 400 or 500 years worth of working in a very specific fashion like that. On part 21 of another of your playlists, by the way, Stuart, you're amazing. Thank you. The numbers are doing weird things. I'll say this about YouTube, because YouTube never says this overtly, what's going on, and it's frustrating that I can't find the resources. I know the more they share with the general public, the more the general public will try to find ways to exploit or mess with the algorithm, so that small content creators can't like bot their way to success or whatever. I have two feelings about that. They're both negative. Feeling number one is, when you do this, people like me, an actual content creator working as many hours as I can in content creation, we don't know what's going on, and there's like a lack of trust there. I distrust YouTube and Google as a whole for I don't know what that noise was, for not sharing, for not being more overt with what's actually going on. So when I see weird stuff happen, I just say, you know, well, they're messing with stuff, and I don't feel like I understand it, and I don't like it. And two, if somebody botted their way into becoming partner, the thing with YouTube and partnership, and I think this is true for hitting affiliate with Kick, affiliate with Twitch, partnership agreements with both of those latter two platforms, and anything involving that kind of stuff, getting stream key on TikTok, is somebody actually reviews you at that point. They actually have staff who sit and look and see what's going on with you at that point. At that point, you can look and see, is this channel legit, or is it just a bunch of you know, AI generated useless, pointless videos that aren't really captive. There's no content here. There's not a content creator. There's no content being created. It's just a bunch of synthetic or a bunch of waste. And we wouldn't want this person partnered in our platform anyways. It's detracting to the brand. At some point, somebody makes that switch themselves. But what I do see with YouTube is, every day I see a certain amount of watch hours get added to the very end of the watch hour graph. And every time that happens on the 365-day rolling graph, the beginning of the graph disappears because it rolls, right? So when we move over to the 15th of August, I'm already in it. You on the West Coast will be very soon. The 15th of last year drops off of the graph. When that happens, I see a big number of watch hours come through, and then after about a week's time, that number gets edited away and it drops down to some other number. Are bots watching my channel? Maybe. Are they removing bots? Maybe that's what it is. I wish I could understand or see what's going on. I wish I could see how much of those watch hours were verifiable right out of the gate, instead of having to wait a week and watching all those numbers like disappear, which sucks. Because, you know, I get my hopes up. I go like, oh, looks like, you know, this was a really viral week for whatever reason. And then a week passes and they make edits to all of that. And I'm like, oh, never mind. You know, a lot of that got taken away. I hope it's not bots watching me, because if it is, that sucks. I can't ever have any consistent understanding of what's actually happening in my channel. And if it's not bots and it's actual real people, then they're taking away real people's actual watch hours, and I don't know why. And they're not clear about it. They don't express it well enough. So anyway, everything that you do to contribute to the watch hours on YouTube helps me and gets me closer to partner. And even though they do edit some of those hours away each day after a week, it's still a growing trend that's moving toward us doing this more in a full-time fashion, which is exactly what our household is trying to do for the master plan. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. So far, it's going well, and it looks like everything's on the up and up for partnership by the end of the year, if not sooner. I like the term you've coined, productivity porn. Basically, I mean, there's some things in this world that when you think about their actual utility, it really comes down to this is what somebody wants, right? Some people want the rest of the world to be busy all the time. If they are busy, then they want everyone else busy. Or maybe they're not busy, but they just like everybody else to be busy because it keeps them out of their, well, it keeps them from doing domestic violence, maybe. I don't know that anybody in productivity trying to make everybody work more hours in a day really cares about domestic health. It's probably just put more money in my pockets in the end of the day. Who knows? Who knows? Anyway, so something crazy is happening with the northwest portion of the continent of South America, the Andean part, but we don't know what necessarily. North Africa and the Middle East, somewhat high. South, not as high. South Asia, quite high. That's crazy too. This would be the area with the nexus of India, and then the outer lying countries around there. That's insane to see, because that's almost the same as Andean South America. East Asia, quite low. Southeast Asia goes a little bit higher. What the hell happened with this? This is insane. Central Europe, Western Europe, South America, North America. So far as everything's been in the 20s and 30s. 30s were all like red flags to me. Oceania shows almost 50%, almost half. That's insane. This would be Australia, New Zealand. Would Papua New Guinea be part of this? Micronesia. Crazy. What the hell? There's something about culture there that I am grossly agnostic to, but that's intense. Why there specifically? Sub-Saharan Africa also breaks the 40% mark, up to 44% in Central Sub-Saharan Africa. So this would be probably around the Congo area, so Republic of Congo and the Democratic Republic of Congo, Chad maybe. Would South Sudan count as Central South maybe? Eastern Sub-Saharans quite high as well. This is the same as the Andean number, isn't it? 38%. Yeah. Eastern Sub-Saharan, this would be like, probably this would be South Sudan, Kenya, maybe Tanzania, Mozambique area. Insane. Also high, very high. 20s gets kind of back normal again for Southern Sub-Saharan and Western Sub-Saharan. And then the world incidence is just on average is about 27%. So anything above 27%, you're contributing to raising this average. It's crazy. So then the three regions with the lowest lifetime intimate partner violence were Central Europe, interesting, Central Asia, and Western Europe. I don't feel like Western Europe suffers from the productivity problem, where the more productive you are, the less you can engage in violent acts at home, because you're just tired and you're overworked and you're always busy doing stuff, and you get home, there's chores to do, blah 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 blah. So Western Europe, that seems like maybe they've got something right as far as family structure. Central Europe, Central Asia might be a little bit harder lifestyle. We'll pause for a moment and let the Twitch chat catch up. The non-subbed folks catch up. Eventually, I'm going to do this guy's deliveries. Because he's been waiting so patiently for me for hours. Hi, buddy. How we doing? You're looking a little bit green around the gills, if you know what I mean. I don't like hanging around here because this music gets on my nerves after a while. It's very cute, but it has a short loop. And it's hard to be around for a long period of time. Okay. What were we saying? Oh, right. As with the lifetime prevalence of intimate partner violence, the highest prevalence of past year physical or sexual or both intimate partner violence among ever partnered. So yeah, basically like the majority of your life, right? With one person. Women aged 15 to 49 was in the regions of Central Sub-Saharan Africa, Oceania, followed by Eastern Sub-Saharan Africa and South Asia. Yeah. Interesting. So are those regions, I wonder, is it part of a cultural drive where they view partnership with women as something of like a mastery and a control and sort of that sort, but at the same time you would expect certain covalences then, right? You would see certain extreme religions, especially some of the Abrahamic religions with some older ties, that have a sort of a mastery over your wife kind of concept, or like protection of the woman by the man in the home sort of thing. You might see that too if it was kind of a cultural dominance kind of thing. So it's got to be probably something else, but it's hard for me to wrap my head around exactly what it could be in these very disparate areas of the world. Mostly high-income countries had the lowest estimated prevalence rates. Interesting. So Australasia, Western Europe, Central Europe, Southern Latin America, North America. But that's just a past year. So maybe it's that these areas, I guess I hadn't thought about it in terms of this. Maybe it's that there's big social change in the lifetime of these the participants' life. So when they were younger, they experienced some sort of violence, but as they've grown, as the nations have grown and the cultures have changed and evolved, these areas with high income have dropped off. So that also sort of laughs in the face of productivity then too. These places are probably less grind, all hours of the day, work really hard to keep up the agrarian lifestyle. You probably have some much more leisure time, and yet the incidence rates of violence are lower more recently. Oh, great. Here's probably what I wanted to see much earlier on, actually, is a map. So the little red bubbles, I know it's probably hard for you to see, especially if you're on mobile, but I'll just kind of try to explain what we're seeing here. Excuse me. The little red bubbles inside the greater bubble is just the past year prevalence of any physical, sexual, or both partner violence, intimate partner violence. And then the blue is incidents in your whole lifetime. So obviously the blue is going to be bigger for everybody, but within the last year, what we should see is a country that has historically been good about treating your partners well is going to have a small blue bubble, and then the red bubble inside should, regardless of size, also be small. So small means you did pretty good. Looks like Western Europe, Central Asia, East Asia, Caribbean, Central Latin America, tropical Latin America are all pretty good in these areas. If you see a big blue bubble, there's been a history of bad violence, but if the bubble inside is red, the little red or pink bubble, if that's very small, then a big change has happened over the course of the lifetime of these participants. Pretty interesting to see, to put things into perspective like this. Oh yeah, totally. I like seeing it on the map, especially. Mr. Damien, I shall take a shower now. Rush, please get yourself clean. You need it. You need the shower. Trust me. I'm just kidding. Enjoy. Thank Arenas for the stream. You're welcome. Always a pleasure to have you here. Even if it's just for a small lurk or a little bit of moderator work, I appreciate your presence and hope things are good with you and your fam. So big blue bubble, small red bubble means history of violence, but they're moving away from that. There's social progress, and I like that. So North America, history of violence is moving away from that quite a bit. The North American bubble is pretty good. It looks like Australasia is actually there too. So it was like a big history of violence, and it's reducing quite a bit. Even though Oceania as a whole is not that way, at least Australasia is to some degree, which makes it maybe more of an islander problem with domestic violence, perhaps. Western Europe also looks like it's moving at a pretty good rate to some degree. Southern Latin America and tropical Latin America, but the biggest one, and this is one that I'm pleased to see because we did some research just to figure out just what the heck was going on, where this was. In Andean Latin America, the lifetime prevalence was high, and it's probably got the largest gap between the blue bubble and the red bubble, which means in modern times, these areas, Colombia, Bolivia, Peru, these countries have made the most change, moved the most away from domestic violence out of anywhere. And then the areas that are big red, big blue, and very little change over time, these are kind of areas that seem to be problematic. Right now, it seems like the big heavy hitters are Oceania to some degree, but then especially Central Sub-Saharan Africa, Eastern Sub-Saharan Africa. So the swath basically between like Cameroon and Somalia, just right across there, and then over into India to some degree. It just seems particularly heavier there. And to some degree, the Middle East shows this a little bit as well. So I don't know, maybe that is more religious based, cultural based, but makes you wonder exactly like how that stems. Prevalence across countries. Here's another interesting map as well. Map of prevalence estimates of lifetime physical or sexual or both intimate partner violence in 2018. So here, the cooler the color, the lower the incidence rate. The blues are the coolest, then greens, then yellows, going into oranges and reds at the highest percentages. But this is just graphically showing what we read in tables. However, this breaks things up away from the cohorts of region and into actual countries. So that's kind of cool to see. Well, when I do this, the map just disappears. Doesn't really get much bigger. Can we just go back to 100%? Well, that did make it smaller. That's better. Okay. Yeah, this is kind of wild. So we see This would be much weirder actually, because now we see like Andean South America is disparate. Like Colombia is not that bad, Ecuador is not that bad in regards to the greater part of the world, but as we go down into Peru, Bolivia, it gets hotter and hotter. Why the further we go in that direction? No data on a lot of these places. Yeah, that's kind of a problem too. Like, as much as we're seeing prevalences, we're also seeing isolated areas, and it might just be because there's no study information to be grabbed. I'm really curious about Russia, because culturally it's going in so many different directions right now, people wise. Obviously we all know what's happening with the government right now of Russia, but if you get to know Russians, it's becoming such a different country, just generation to generation, and I'm really curious to see where it's going to look in 50 years with a different regime, especially. But there is a huge pocketing that is farther south than I thought it would be as far as sub-Saharan Central Africa. We are seeing DRC, we're seeing Uganda, Zambia, but you go down to like the southern countries in Africa. So I mentioned Mozambique. Mozambique looks okay. Namibia looks okay. South Africa is much lower for some reason. So it's different. But then we also are missing significant, like there's no Somalia. Would it be red? There's no information on Sudan, even though there's information on South Sudan. A lot of West Africa is missing, or Saharan Africa is missing, so we don't know anything about Libya, Algeria. A lot of Muslim countries are not participant to this study, which I think is interesting. No information on Saudi Arabia, Oman, Yemen, or anywhere around there. Not even Syria. Jordan looks like it participated. It's really small, but it does look like it's green. And then out of Oceania, it does look like everything is fine, except for Papua New Guinea. So that's weird. I don't know enough about the country or the culture to speak to that, but it looks like an isolate. Everywhere else in the area surrounding looks like it is doing better. Why just there? Weird. This is maps of estimate of past year of violence. So this is where that was historically for those areas, for those countries. And then this is just past year. Now, again, this is 2018. So we're just talking about like 2017 to 2018. Have you experienced violence? And a lot of this cooled way down, which is exciting. You see a lot of areas of the world have progressed in the lifetime of these people involved in the study. But even while South America has basically cooled down from oranges and reds entirely, and almost everywhere else in the world is even cooler than it was before, Sub-Saharan Africa, Afghanistan, forgot to mention, was red too, and Papua New Guinea. I don't remember seeing Bangladesh in the previous map. Oh yeah. So that's also a blip where it's darker on both graphs, both historically and in just the last year too. So wild. I mean, as a whole, we're trending positively. I got in an argument with a family member when we went out to California who said, if you look at the way the trends of the world, everything's getting worse. He mentioned the conflict in Gaza. He mentioned politics in the United States and polarization of the political parties and just a number of things, and just sort of very much doom saying about how it looks like we're becoming dumber, more divided, and worst, more cruel over time. but this study, having nearly 2 million participants across a quite wide area of the globe, I think is proof to my point that I was trying to make when we were having this argument, which is, by and large, the people who care are slowly winning. We are slowly making progress towards creating a global society that's more connective, more sharing, more engaged, more collaborative with each other, and more willing to talk about our problems so that we can finally come up with some solutions to those. And maybe see new problems along the way, but then being able to address those problems as new, instead of just rummaging around through the same garbage, bad problems that we've always had. I feel very optimistic about seeing that trend, especially in that study, and then just in general, I always sort of had more of an optimistic idea that over the course of time, the better elements win out over worse, and that we as myriad cultures and societies move toward better humanity and more support and love for each other, almost like a force of nature. Those numbers seem encouraging, actually. Honestly, not only are they encouraging to see in places where big changes happened, but also encouraging to see where the problems with cruelty towards especially the person you would want to be maybe the least cruel to, right? Your loved one, the one you decided to share and make a life with, that we see the areas very clearly when seen on a map like that of where we need to improve, where we need to focus our efforts in that regard, right? If you're part of an advocacy group or a nonprofit or something that works toward creating better outcomes for family health and happiness and lifelong partnerships and just like more unified families and more productive societies where both members of a partnership or marriage feel like they can contribute in bigger ways because they're in love and not in fear, then you can just look at the maps like this and see it's clear where we're hurting the most and what needs to change the fastest. I always say the first step towards getting the best help that you could is proper diagnosis, is finding out just what the heck is happening. And I know that's unpopular in some circles, especially online as a content creator, because when it comes to mental health, I feel like a lot of people have found either bad mental health professionals. They've either gone and had bad experiences with finding a proper diagnosis, or, and I think this is just as likely, even though this is an attack. So I'll preface and say this is an attack. I believe there's a rash of people who armchair diagnose themselves with something and they fetishize mental health problems and illnesses and decide that they want to make that part of their identity. And if you are this way, there's a good chance you don't even know you are this way. So if you feel this doesn't apply to you, how would you know? And they feel that their personal diagnosis, their lived experience matters more than a trained professional does, or that all they have found are quacks and need, you know, a third, fourth, fifth opinion because they haven't found the right person to give them their identity that they so desperately crave. When I was a kid, I met a lot of Caucasian kids in schools that I went to that tried to identify themselves as something other than just like white American. And sometimes I feel like a search for identity or structure preempts what's actually going on with you, who you actually are. To say that you are German and you care very much about German heritage, when in reality you're only like 11% German and your family doesn't really follow any traditions, is weird. And it's like seeking something to fill in a void in you that you don't know how else to fill. And I feel like when people mention that they're not diagnosed, but they're 90% certain that they have ADHD or they have bipolar or they're borderline, it's like, as long as you can't afford it, you can say, I believe that I have this diagnosis and I'm not sure, but I want to get it checked. But don't say I'm certain. And if you can't afford it and the doctors have said that you don't have it and you've gone for a second or third opinion, don't keep asserting that that's who you are just so you can have a fake identity. All right. I think I'm actually going to make this guy's custom deliveries right now. Figure out just what the hell he wants. And also who I should craft as. Thanks. That was a long topic from my end, but I felt like I had a lot to say. And I wanted to say. We're still on for a couple more hours. I invite anybody else wants to talk on the matter, share any personal stories or anything. Be happy to continue the conversation going while I take care of some crafting desires in game. I think Goldsmith and Culinarian looks like it's my lowest right now. Maybe we'll go that route. What can I make for you, friend? So I think I only make 3 of something and then we're going to move up to a different tier. So maybe I won't make a whole bunch of these, but Mountain Garb looks like it's going to be the thing. Custom deliberties. Wow. Streamer brand already. Mountain Garb materials. It's easy enough. Oh, that was the wrong. There we go. Okay. So I recently remade my UI. Every time I make my HUD different and all my hotkeys and everything for all the classes and jobs in the game, I say I'm never going to do it again because I've made everything absolutely optimal. And then a new expansion comes out or some change happens or I just rethink my design ideas, and then I do feel like there's another better choice somewhere to be made. So as much as I hate to confess it, I don't think I'm necessarily completely done with changes to my UI forever. I don't think I can make that claim ever. Yeah, it's looking pretty green. Cool. I don't have the muscle memory for this, but at least starting to get accustomed to what I have to do. There we go. That's 1. Well, that's full. Cool. That's 2. So it's been a week and a half now. It's Wednesday since the little started kindergarten, and I've started the whole new schedule. It's starting to grow on me. I had some folks caution me about the biphasic sleep, which is on stream nights after we put the kids down, I go to sleep and then I wake up for my stream. And then after I'm done streaming, I'll go sleep for a little bit more before it's time to get the kids up and get the little ready for school. So it's a really different experience for me. But despite the warnings, it's something I really wanted to try. And I would say that while in the first week it was rough on me, that I've acclimated to it quite a bit. And that now it's kind of enjoyable. I kind of like how it plays out during the course of my day. I'm still not sleeping as much as I probably should, and I do want to get to that point at some point. But where I am right now is not uncomfortable. It's not terrible. What are your thoughts on the slogan, "Teach boys not to R word"? Seems like a bit of a loaded statement to me. I have adopted a certain philosophy, certain strategy, if you will, with our kids, and so far I think it works very well. It started with, yeah, I'm gonna start another story and then not play more of the game, but that's okay. Let me walk away from this music just because the music was so cute the first time I heard that track, and then after a while I can't stand. It's a short loop too. It's just, I don't know what it is, the instrumentation or something. That's too much. I get overwhelmed by that one particular track, and I have more stuff to do in this zone besides this one delivery quest. It all started when I was taking linguistics at university. I did a class in creoles and pidgins. Creoles and pidgins are both the same concept, but they're different ages. They are when two cultures come together that don't speak each other's language. Then they have to sometimes do trade or decide that they want to have some sort of deeper relationship, and they want to do it fast to get the benefits without going through the struggle of learning a whole other language. So what first comes up is a pidgin. What a pidgin generally is a new constructed grammar that is really basic and just guts of getting quick business done, and might have some words from both languages, and they might be poorly pronounced because you can't worry about pronunciation. You just got to worry about, did you say the word for crate? Did you say the word for ship? Did you say the word for four men? You know, whatever you need to say to get business done. So that's what a pidgin language is. It's generally two languages coming together, rough, gritty, and utilitarian. And then a creole is what happens when a pidgin is spoken around enough people for a long enough time that the kids start picking it up. And in places where the grammar doesn't quite suit or isn't doing the job, people don't invent new grammar structures and place them on a language. They get used naturally by children. Sam, are you a ad skipper? If you're still able to hear me, please let me know in chat, or I won't keep telling the story. I'll do a pause and turn in some stuff. But if you acknowledge that you can hear me, then I will keep going with my point, since you're the one that asked this question. Well, I will take your excited acceptance of my goods So 1, 2. Stuck in ads and chopping cilantro. Ew. Why would you chop cilantro? Oh, you're ad now. Everybody gets out of ads before the ad timer actually finishes going off. I don't know why that is. That's good. I'm glad. I'll still usually stretch it until my timer says everything's done just to make sure everyone else is out. But so this is your question. I'm going to answer it. Anyway, creoles are pigeons that have grown up. The kids have started speaking it and they fill in the grammatical structures. Grammatical structures are not created by linguists or grammaticians or professors of a language. They're invented by children most of the time. Anywhere from little kids to teenagers create the structure of a language. So when a pigeon has got more structure, the grammar starts to normalize, the pronunciation starts to normalize, and a new generation is speaking it beyond just the needs of a business. That is then called a creole. Oh, you're only getting 30-second ads? Oh, cool. All right, I'll take it. In the United States, there is a language that we colloquially call pidgin, and there's a language that we colloquially call creole. So that makes it confusing. The fact that there is a linguistic term pidgin, which applies to any language that emerges from quick needs, business needs, and that there is a term called a creole, which is a grown-up multi-generational pidgin. The one that we call pidgin is usually the one spoken in Hawaii, which by now is a creole, not a pidgin. And the one that we call creole is a creole, but it's not the only creole, and that's the one that's spoken in and around Louisiana area, sort of like a French and English hybrid. Yeah. The Hawaiian one being Hawaiian and English. Right. Anyway, I was taking that class. I was studying Jamaican because I love the language. It's just one of my favorite languages for whatever reason. I don't know why. I just really I like the culture, the music, and just a lot of things about Jamaica. So I decided that was going to be the language I was going to do my research paper on for this particular class, and was studying it, and I noticed something that's not overtly said, but just seems to be a trend in the Rastafarian religion, which has a large number of adherents on Jamaica. And that is this linguistic concept. It's not everywhere, but it is prevalent in specifically Rastafarian speech. And that is the idea of taking away negativity and replacing it with the opposite. Basically, like anything that would otherwise be considered a negative scenario, flip it on its head. And some of them are just done in sort of a cheeky, fun way. They're not really meant to be a movement towards positive reframing of something. For example, the word to oppress, or an oppressor, or oppression. You change the up sound in there because it kind of sounds like the word up. You change that word to down. So it's down press, down presser, down pression. That's just kind of like a fun flip of words, right? But the basic concept of being more positive in your speech isn't just a Jamaican or a Rastafarian concept. I also eventually later on found it in how to better frame conversations with little children. And I discovered this not through child development, but through hostage taking. I watched this guy that used to be a hostage, what's the word, negotiator. So he'd come to, crime scene. You've got a live hostage situation, 2 guys with guns and like 10 people caught in a bank or a shop, and they're all being told to, crouch down, and they've got demands, and you got to get them a special phone, and then they'll start, barking off things that they need. This is the guy that would be on the other end of the phone with the criminals. And And he said, this works so good. This even works on children. And that's when my ears perked up because I have children. He said, you never want to say no to somebody's request when they're trying to get something out of you. You always try to find the way to say yes. And if it's not something that you can say yes to because it's a negative situation that they're asking for, like we want a getaway car. Well, you don't want them to get away, right? So then you flip it on their head and ask them how they can, how you're supposed to be able to make that happen while doing what you're doing as your job. In this case, him being the hostage negotiator. To be fair, raising children can feel a bit like a hostage negotiation. Oz and I have felt trapped here and there in our lives as parents. Her more than me, because I'm wage slave and she's stay at home. So I think there's a trapping experience there that she's felt more than I have. But yeah, there's some nuance there. But the idea of finding a way to say yes was so clever, and I started trying it, and it works really good. The older the kid, the less this works, but it's still worth trying. And that is basically never saying no as long as you can get away with it. If somebody said, my kid said, can I go in the middle of the street and play in traffic? I'm not going to say yes to that one. There's just then it's more of a, how could I let you do that? You know, the cars won't stop for you. They won't even see you because you're so short. And it's my job to make sure that you're safe and you don't get run over by cars, because then we don't have the money to take you to a hospital, and maybe the hospital can't even fix you after that. So how am I supposed to let you be out in the street? That would be sort of the question way of not saying no directly. Or you could just say no for short, unless they decide to raise an argument. But in the moments where you can say yes, but you don't want to, or now is not the time to say yes, I've gotten really good at reframing things so that you don't say it in a bad way, or you don't negate the person. You don't bring negativity into a child's life. And they've got negativity. I'm not saying you can never be negative with a kid. It's going to happen. You see them drawing with the crayon on the walls. You're like, no, we don't do that in this house. You know, you got to stop right now. Or like, oh my gosh, you're digging into your own diaper and you're finger painting your stuffed animals with your poop. It didn't happen to us, but it did happen to another parent that we've spoken with. It just sounds god awful. Anyway, so they say, can I have ice cream? And they haven't had dinner. Or maybe today they've had enough sweets and it's time to cut them off. You don't say, no, honey, you've had enough sweets for the day. We're not going to have ice cream. You could say, ice cream? That sounds so tasty. Do you want to get ice cream tomorrow at the hottest part of the day? Or wouldn't you like to have ice cream with your big sister once she's out of class so that we can make it a family experience? And they can say no, and then you can push back on it. Like, oh, you know, big sis would be really sad if we didn't wait for her and she also got ice cream. How would you feel if the family went and got ice cream but forgot you and left you at home and you were all alone? You didn't get ice cream. That'd be really sad, right? Maybe we should wait. We should wait and we'll all do it together. So ways to say no without ever saying no, or not yet, not today, or no, you can wait. You know, always making it a yes, and here's how. Yes, this is how we end up doing it. Can I keep myself wrapped up in my blanket while I go to the bathroom? Ugh, kind of a gross. There's so much potential for bad things to happen to your blanket, right? You can always reframe it. How about I wrap myself with a blanket so that it's got, you know, Baba smell on it, and I make it warm for you so that as soon as you're done using the potty, you've got a nice warm Baba smelling blanket to curl into. How's that sound? You know, reframing. And so I've become master at this tactic of never expressing the negative in a situation when I'm being presented with permissions questions or choice questions. I try to make it as enticing as possible while still keeping control of the situation as I need to, right? And so bring this back. I promise I'm answering your question, just long form. The slogan, the idea of teaching boys not to R word, I think frames it wrong. We don't want anybody committing any sort of violence on another person for almost any reason, right? Especially not if it's going to be something involving sexual relations. Those should be ideally, but usually not 100%, ideally some of your happiest and most carefree and fun and experimental and just like good times. It should always feel like a good time. It should always. Sometimes doesn't. Sometimes you're just trying to do something for somebody else, or it's subpar, or you found the wrong person. They're not really vibing with you, but there are some reasons why it doesn't happen out that way. For the most part, we want that to be a very positive experience for everybody. And if you keep the concept of that in mind when you teach about how to be intimate with somebody, that this is an experience that two people have, that they're both trying to give and receive at the same time, like a very fair Christmas, right? In a fair Christmas, you don't have one person that went and spent all their hard-earned money, put a bunch of gifts under the tree, watch the other person open it, and then the other person doesn't have to work, doesn't have to give presents, doesn't have to do anything back. Some people might agree to that arrangement if they both feel comfortable doing so, or if there's some sort of a disparity. In the case of Christmas, if one of them's a child, you're not going to say go do some slave labor so that you can buy mom and dad some nice gifts, because we want nice gifts on Christmas. So go to work. You wouldn't do that to a child, right? And you wouldn't do that to certain people in a relationship either. Some people really are more givers. Some people really are more takers. Some people are less able than others in the bedroom, and you'd want to provide for them certain experiences that maybe they can't return, and that's okay because of their capacity. But by and large, it's about making sure the two people feel like their needs are met. If you come at it from a positive direction, positive angle, the idea that anything like that would ever be anything negative is then parasocial or wrong in some way, right? And I think it's worth noting that that's a better way to present it. I would never want to teach a child, don't do bad things. I'd only want to teach them generally, here are the good things, here's the reasons why we do them the good way that we do them, and not put the threat of danger or whatever, or the threat of the bad thing, don't do these bad things. We teach the girls about nutrition as an example, because we're a big nutrition based household, and we explain to the girls, for an example, why we don't have food with added refined sugars in them. So no high fructose corn syrup, no white sugar, right? Pretty easy. We can do all sorts of other sweet things. They have plenty of sweets in their day. Some of them are no sugar added, or they are sugar-free options or sugar alternatives. And we have plenty of fruit, so they get lots of sweet treats, just like any other kid. They have what I consider a pretty normal experience, but they don't have high fructose corn syrup and white sugar in their diet, and never have. They've never had those things in their diet. And we don't say, if you eat sugar, you get diabetes, and we're going to sit here and explain to you what diabetes does to a person, and even tell you the horror stories of how it can get really bad if you don't get it treated. What we do say is, if you enjoy playing all day, having lots of energy, being light on your feet, having your wounds heal fast. That one's kind of a weird thing, but it happens, especially with littles. You can watch, they'll get a skinned knee. You can see how fast it ends up healing. Now watch somebody who has problems with obesity and blood sugar when something happens and they scuff themselves in some way, how long that takes to heal. Now with the child, we're not sitting there doing the comparison with the negative side. We're not saying, don't go obese, don't have bad blood sugar, don't have high cholesterol. Watch what happens to these people and make a spectacle of other people in their lives, and then teach them the negativity that this could happen to you too. That's not, it's a positive, it's a very strong motivator. It's not a positive motivator. And unfortunately, it works too well in so many people that I feel like it's almost default in a lot of people's brains that they just want to say it in that negative way about almost everything, not just about the R word, not just about diet, but in almost everything. Well, you don't want to do that because this is going to happen, or oh, we don't act that way because of this, or are you stupid? Don't you, you know, aren't you afraid of this, or don't you think you might do this? We're fearful. We're quick to analyze the worst case scenario. We doubt a lot. I mean, I talk about having imposter syndrome, so I'm guilty of this too, to some degree. But a lot of our lives are led by adverse reactions. I mean, look at the election. How many people are electing, are thinking about voting for somebody because of the policies that that person represents, versus trying to stem what the opposition stands for? I don't care what your political party is. Watching me, you can be here in any slight. I don't have a bias that says you can't hang out with me and we can't talk. But whatever your political bias might be, or maybe you're not that biased, I'll bet you most of the people you know are being led by an aversion to what might happen versus what they're really voting for. There isn't like a stronger candidate that's going to do these things. It's more about, well, I don't want more of this or another of that or whatever. It's very adverse. I'd much rather teach my kids, here are the things to strive for. Here are the things that you love now, or that you don't know that you will love, but you will later on down the road. And we want to give those to you. We want to continue these, and we want to help you with these. Stretches. We teach the kids stretching, and they say that they don't really feel like it's doing a lot. Like, oh, let's try this stretch. Can you feel that? No, I can't really feel it. Well, you might not feel it, but here's why you want to do the stretches. Here are all the good things that happen when this part of your body can move fluidly. Do we tell them, if you don't move, your body's going to seize up and you might have problems later on down the road with flexibility and mobility? It can also cause falls in elderly to be, you know, unstable because of lack of flexibility. We don't teach them about that stuff, right? Poorly framed, I think, as well. I always was a bit resentful of the implication that all men would force themselves on women unless explicitly told otherwise. Right. I don't think I want to put this up on stream because it's going to put text on there that's going to mess with the algo. So bear with me. I'll say it in an edited fashion. Penn Jillette. I don't fetishize this guy. He's got a couple good stories. There's a number of reasons why I don't necessarily like him though too. So I don't want to say he's the bee's knees. But he does have a quote. And he does this as a raging atheist. I'm not a raging atheist. I believe that faith and spirituality have a place and that they still solve for certain problems better than the secular world does. And so I can't abide by his thoughts on the matter entirely. But I love what he said about men and being told whether or not they need to treat women in a certain way, right? He said, in relation to punishment of religions, teaching us how to act, I do all I want, and the amount I want is 0. the fact that these people think that if they didn't have this person watching over them, that they would go on killing, R-ing, rampages is the most self-damning thing I can imagine. And to that, I agree. Again, it comes back to the idea that if you aren't capable of just being kind to others as your native default answer, there's something about you that we need to pay attention to, and there's something kind of scary about that group of people. Generally, when I meet people, I believe right out of the gate, I mentioned this actually it's in my manifesto. If you go on my Twitch page and you look through like my highlights and clips, I have one called manifesto. Somewhere in there I mentioned this, that everyone that I meet, if I don't know you yet, I imagine right out of the gate that you have a really, really big heart. Because 9 times out of 10, probably higher than that, I think I meet people whose ultimate motivations are to better themselves, to help out their family and friends, to make their lives easier, and to just be generally a good person whenever they see an opportunity to do so. Somebody just fell, somebody just dropped stuff, somebody dropped some money or whatever. Vast majority of people are going to be caring, considerate, and helpful when they have the capacity. Now, that doesn't always happen because a lot of people are stressed or oppressed by other systems, and there are things that cause us to be less helpful than we'd probably like to. But given the opportunity, a lot of us have big hearts. And so it's particularly scary to me to know that some people, like what we were talking about at the beginning of the stream, feel like it is okay to control their partner in a relationship because of all the cool stuff that they get out of it. Well, I get what I want, and I get to tell them what I want them to be and how they look and what friends they can have, and I get to change the narrative on a relationship. So when they tell other people about us, they never say all the bad stuff about me, they just say the good stuff. I like all of that stuff. And if it involves me hitting them sometimes and being a little bit brutish and sometimes just being psychologically denigrating to them, well, look at all the cool benefits I get. There's something dramatically wrong with those people, right? That's not the majority of people I meet. There's something wrong. That's not only the person that they love and want to be with, but just that's another human being. And if you can't look out for their needs and you can't see that you're causing fear and turmoil in somebody else's life, and that that's you that's doing that, and that that's a bad thing, there's something huge and strange, not just wrong, but weird about you. And I feel the same way about being told what not to do, otherwise you would do it. I think that this is kind of the weird thing about some of our laws, but they also kind of have to be there because we have enough of these people in our society that we need to watch out for them and make these laws. But it happens in the laws. But even curiouser to me, it's shared among religious people. I went on a long walk with an old friend. This was a few years ago. I feel like he was recently converting to Protestantism. I don't think he grew up with it. I don't think he grew up particularly religious, but he was converting. And he had this argumentation line with me that ultimately boiled down to, if we don't have Protestantism, then we don't have morality, because we need an external source to step in and give us the framework to teach us about what we need to do to keep right from wrong and to keep us on a path. If we don't have that dictated or mandated to us, there's nothing intrinsic in us that does that. We have to have it. And so that's why Protestantism is so important, because then we get to hear those rule sets and we can start applying them to our lives and practicing them so that we can grow to become that person. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? What are you saying? It's not intrinsic. To me, it's always been intrinsic. And everybody I know seems to support this as a trend. Not entirely, obviously. I've met cruel people in my life. I have. Unfortunately, I've dated a few. But by and large, we're not cruel humans. We aren't like this. We don't need an external source of morality. We don't need somebody telling us what's the right thing in every circumstance. We don't see a moral dilemma and go, oh, you know, shit, I think in 1 Samuel it says what to do here. Hang on, let me flip to that part of the Bible and refresh my memory so I know exactly how to help out in this particular situation. Most of us, when it comes to forcing ourselves upon other people, are-ing someone else, causing violence upon someone else, we feel inside that those things are unfathomable, or they might be fathomable in a certain situation to some people, like, well, I'd commit violence on somebody if they were going to harm my kids or whatever. It's like, all right, fine, but that's a circumstance, that's extenuating, right? You're reactive to something. But would you just go up to somebody randomly and start hurting them for some reason? Some people, I think, would. And when you tell me that we need to teach our kids, our boys, not to R, or that you need the Bible in your life to guide you, or that you need an external source of morality, I think you're one of those people. If you tell me, were it not for hell, I would be out there doing these things. Were it not for the salvation of my soul, I would be out there doing XYZ. You are one of those people, and you need to know. You should start to learn in this culture where we're sharing, where we're connective, where the internet is giving us so many different ways to connect to more than just ecosphere, which is what I'm doing here. Ultimately, what I want is to start to break apart what the algorithms of the social media platforms out there have unfortunately created, probably unintentionally, with echo chambers. As you start to break out from your echo chambers, you need to know that you are different and weird for being that way. That if somebody needs to tell you don't do the bad thing, or else punishment, or do the good thing because reward, there's something different about you. That is weird. That is not normal. That is not a regular human experience. And I'd love to look at ways to try to help. Ultimately, that's, I think, why cruelty was a topic I wanted to address tonight, is not just what is it, but also, like, you know, where would we step in? Where would we start to fix these kind of things? And I don't know the answer for somebody that can't feel that kind of stuff innately within themselves, but I think there's probably ways, right? We give blind people so many tools to help them navigate their world. Deaf, you know, lots of different ways in which that we can provide a structure and a guidance for you, so that if you don't feel these senses, we can still help. Some are harder than others. Leprosy ends up creating nerve deadening in such a way that you can cause harm to yourself and cause reoccurring harm over and over without knowing it, because you're insensitive to the harm. But with proper care and carefulness, even leprosy is better now than I think it used to be. And I wonder if we can't start doing the same thing for people that can't feel morality within themselves, that need an external resource, or believe that they're the arbiter of their own morality in some way, and start to enact violence and control in other people's lives to get what they want. Maybe we can give them some sort of tools and guidance. And honestly, to a degree, I think that's what a portion of religion did in the past. Not only did it provide a social communal structure for people, and it still does that better, I think, now than the secular world did. I'll pause. Let me know when you're back from ads. Let me see if I can't turn in this last thing to this guy while on a little bit of an ad break. Hey, buddy. How would you like the last one of my mountain garbs? I think you would. How did I make this as a culinarian? What was I doing? Oh, he's so happy. Oh, he's remembering something more of his past. About to pop into a cutscene here. I think I remember splitting firewood and resenting that I had to do so, as I much preferred tending to the sheep. You're back? Okay, great. Where was I saying? God, where was I? Oh, yeah, if we could only create some sort of an infrastructure that helped people who had otherwise needed religion or some other external morality to guide them. Because while religion helped in a social construct sense, community sense that I think secularism still isn't caught up with, I think another part, not insignificant part of religion was finding the sociopaths and giving them structure where everyone else had just their innate capacity towards you just help. You have a fellow man in need, you help. Your family needs you, you help. We're just innately helpful, the majority of us. But religion shored up the defenses against those that couldn't feel that on their own, or something went wrong with their development, whatever it happened to be. Maybe now we can move towards better tools, maybe ones that are stronger, better guidance, and can stick with you whether or not you have a crisis of faith later on in your life, so that you can still use something if your own morality or ethics are compromised. Yeah. For those people, perhaps religious doctrine has a place. Oh yeah, I think you and I are basically saying the same thing. If I had only just read that, you said it so much more succinctly than I did. Yeah, I do feel like religion has that place. It can still help out people that can't feel those feelings innately of themselves. But that also, honestly, to a degree, unless I know you're doing it for the community purposes, people who particularly adhere to Protestantism, the #1 religion in the United States, I'm wary of you because I worry about your capacity to follow your doctrine. Because at that point, there's nothing else stopping you, right? You're just thinking very hard about how much you want heaven, or in a detractive sense, in that negative sense, you're thinking very much about how you don't want to go to hell, how bad hell would be for you, how scary, how much you would hate it, how adverse you must think hell is, so that you don't do the things that you think come naturally to people. And I'm telling you, they don't come naturally to people, they just come naturally to you. Those of you who are afraid of hell. Yeah. But I'd love to see something step in that's more nuanced and more directly helpful to a wider array of people than religion is. Because I think religion lacks a lot of nuance, and it doesn't age well, right? We learn new things about people like homosexuality, and then you have a division of people that want to follow an ideology taught to them externally, a morality that they think they're following externally, and then a group of other people that are guided by their heart and just want to help out people as much as possible, the vast majority. And then there's a weird disparity there. There's a problem. All right, let me get out of this cutscene, or if I AFK in here for too long, I'll get kicked. I think I remember splitting fire. Was it in the fact that I had to do so? Oh, yeah. I read that part. Yes, you could. You never could tear yourself away from your sweet, fluffy Xandon. You'd forget all about your chopping and then have to do it in the middle of the driving snow. You'd be out there shivering and sniffling and muttering such dark words. You saw all that? Oh. Wow, the fairies have been following this guy for a long time. Well, firewood aside, I do remember enjoying a comfortable life here. You see, wool was always in high demand here in Vobert, was it? Yes, Vobert. That's what this place was called. I would have my wool spun to yarn in the castle town, and as knitting was a rather popular pastime, people were happy to pay good coin for it. One could never have too many pairs of fuzzy socks, after all. Speaking of, I remember gifting a pair of woolen gloves to a traveler once. Someone who helped me with an errand. An elf! Yes, I once knew an elf who was rather averse to the cold. Uh-oh. We changing? We're changing. Wait, did you change him into an elf? I don't think he's an elf if you called that person an elf. Maybe not. Ooh, I've changed again. Ew, tear. Teehee. Elvenanden, you look just like that Urianger fellow who used to live at the bookman shelves. Well, I suppose he wasn't quite so leafy. He's one of your friends, isn't he, Daya? Yep. Ooh, Urianger was ever so fun to play with. He was too polite to say anything ill, so we would gift him treats he loathed and laughed at his sad face while he ate them. What fun we had. But you're just as entertaining, Andon. Don't you fret. Is that supposed to be a good thing? I don't know whether to feel flattered or horrified. Eh? Oh, do I choose? No, I get all of it. Nice. Nice. Tentatively True Tradeswoman. It's my new title with them. I'll take it. And he's got a new favor to ask of me. Another cutscene. This is why I have to get through these, otherwise I'll get AFK kicked and have to do it all over again. I saw a somewhat related clip to this conversation. Link me. We'll watch it. Speaking of eating things both lovely and loathsome, have you remembered that you used to eat sheep, Andon? What? I had no idea my obsession with sheep extended so far as to consume them. But all things considered, I suppose that makes a certain degree of sense. It might also explain why I suddenly find myself craving roast meat. Regardless, while diet is relevant to a leaf man, I must have put consideration into my meals as a person. Any guess as to what I might have eaten? Probably mutton, my dude. Oh yeah, we're gonna make him some food. Maybe not as culinarian though. I just leveled, so now my lowest level is goldsmith. Let's make that happen. It's one of my specializations too. We still have 3 more things I need to make him. Classic Vobertite cuisine. A steaming pot of homemade cooking to fill the stomach and warm the cockles. My cockles are already warm. But I find it interesting that they don't mention at all what classic Vobertite means. Just what did they used to eat? It's pretty ambiguous. Here we go. Just need to make 3 of these. Then we're good for this for the night. And then we can do beast tribes, although they're not called that. Society quests. It's the new term. Wait, why did this change? Custom deliveries, classic Vobertite cuisine. There we go. Alright, same drill. DM'd, thanks. Let's see. Oh, Not a link, a download. That's fine. I should be able to make this happen on stream. I just might have to do a little bit of quick how do I do this? I don't know that I have my media player on a source, but I'm gonna try to make it happen real quick here. Give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail while we do some live production. Window capture. Let me see if it's existing. Media player? I think this is it. Boop. Hey, all right. I do know how to do my own show sometimes. Put that there. And then I need it in 2 places since I'm doing 4 streams at once. Window capture. Media player. Hey, all right. We're in business. It's on all 4 streams now. I'm in that place where I don't. Can I get to the music real quick here? Just change the music. System config. I just really don't want to listen to this music while we're watching this. All right. Let's have a listen.
Are you attracted to men?
No,
Why not?
because that's the way I'm hardwired. That's
Okay.
my
So what
chemicals.
if someone is hardwired the exact opposite way by their God, and then not accepted by their God because God's book says we don't accept you?
See, when you listen to yourself talk the way you did, I think there's a presupposition you've got, which is God created me the way I was born,
What?
and the Bible contradicts that.
Meaning by
Does?
that,
I was not born with a desire to forgive. You hurt me bad enough, I'm coming after you. That's naturally what I do. So then I've got to ask myself the question, my desire to come after you and seek revenge, is that what God created me to do? Or did God create me to forgive?
Yeah.
I was not born with a heterosexual drive to have sex with just one woman. I was born with a heterosexual drive to have sex with as many good-looking women as I could get into bed with me. This whole
Interesting.
idea that God created me to be this way. No. I am born with something that Jesus in the Bible calls a readiness to sin factor. When I was a little kid playing in a sandbox with a buddy, I got ticked with a buddy. So ticked, I picked up a metal truck and slammed him over the head with it.
cops are
Damn.
still looking for you, by the way.
That's right. All right, it came very naturally. I never saw that behavior modeled from my environment. It was sort of an instinct. It just sort of
Wow.
happened. So this whole idea that every drive that I have that I'm born with is good? No, I've got a lot of drives that are not good. In fact, I'm a mixed up kid. That's why I need God's help, because I am a mixed up kid.
Wow. Wow. And this is what it looks like is from a religious TikToker, probably God's guidings. Readiness to sin factor. That's the term I wanted to look up. That's, yeah. I mean, he's wrong, right? He extrapolates, and I hear this a lot, actually, honestly. I hear this a lot in religious people, is this concept that I live this experience, therefore it is true. And that's impossible, right? You're just one person. You can't use your lived experiences to understand the truth of the world. If you bring 8 billion people together and you start to see consensuses and trends, that's where we start to understand things, right? Just like a good scientific study. If I put out a study and I say, I found out that drinking beer is like the healthiest fluid you can put in your body. A lot of people might balk at that, and I say, hang on. I create this study. I've got 10 cohorts in my study. They're all lifelong drinking beer men, and these 10 men have wonderful health. They did blood tests and they look great, and they're thin and attractive, and they have lovely families, and their kids love them. Their communities love them. These 10 people are, the paramount epic people in their society. They're big damn heroes. And because of these 10 people, I'm telling you, everybody should drink beer all the time. Well, somebody would look at that and say, that's 10 people. You cherry pick data, you grabbed 10. Like, what? How are you supposed to know anything about 10 people. What does 10 people know? But we do this shit all the time. Even non-religious people do this plenty, where we talk about two great examples right off the top of my head. One is you know somebody in your family, and that's enough for you to decide that there might be some truth to it. You ascribe a good amount of truth to a very, very small subject side just because they happen to be in your family and you know them well. Somebody says, you really shouldn't be smoking. And you go, well, I know I smoke. I know a lot of the research says it's bad. Listen, I think I have some pretty good genetics. My grandma, she smoked and drank whiskey every day, and she lived to be 98. Isn't that wild? 98. Like, I'm sure it's fine, man. And it's not fine. Statistically speaking, smoking is going to do so much to you. And living to 98 also isn't the same thing as enjoying 98. Have like good health, good lungs, good capacity to do things, able to dance, able to lift, able to do all the things that you would want to do in your life. Be connected with everybody, stay awake all the hours you would want to stay awake. Because oxygenation becomes a real big problem with smokers later on in life. A lot of things are later on in life. And that's kind of the problem. When you teach younger kids, how do you eat? How do you live? How do you, what kind of activity do you have? How is your sleep schedule? They're not going to notice a lot of that stuff for a long time. And so if you don't teach kids when they're young that this is like a 50-year game or an 80-year game that you're playing, they're not going to trust you, because they'll do like a year of debauchery in college and be like, you know what? I turned out fine at the end of that year. You're not talking about that. Nobody expects that 60-year-old you is made up of 1 year's worth of decisions. 60-year-old you is made up of 60 years of decisions. So in that same concept, the other thing I was thinking of, we're really bad at data, is when we get involved with relationships, whether that's at work with a colleague, getting to know your people that you work with, having a boss of a certain way, getting into a relationship and meeting somebody romantically. We make big data ideas on small amount of data. For whatever reason, I don't know. We're just bad at this type of extrapolation, and we need to learn about that really quick so that we stop relying on common sense. You'll date somebody, and she's spicy and mean and actually kind of violent. And actually, when you're out in public, she badmouths you a lot, and you start to feel really bad. Like your ego's bad. You kind of get hurt a lot. Like she hurts you. She's like doing things that, well, she's so little, so and weaker than you, so maybe it's not a big deal, but it hurts. And then she ends up cheating, and like all these bad things start piling up, and you're like, you know what? She was Hispanic, and that's fine. It's just one person. I'm just going to go out and date again. And maybe find somebody else, and she's also Hispanic. And she starts treating you the same way, and you're like, that's it? I will never date another Hispanic girl again for as long as I live. Your sample size is 2. You have a sample size of 2, and 2 people treated you poorly, and you've made a decision about the rest of humankind. But we do this. You date 2 people of the same sort, and you've made a decision. I will never date another frat boy. I will never again date another, whatever it happens to be. You'll make a decision, and it'll be off of really shitty data. It's the cat on the hot stove analogy, right? The cat on the hot stove analogy is if a cat jumps up on a hot stove and immediately feels the heat underneath their paws and jumps off and screams and runs, that cat will never again touch a hot stove. So they've learned a really important lesson. They'll never again touch a hot stove. But that cat will never again touch a cold stove ever again in their life. They've learned a far too sweeping wrong amount of data. The stove, most of the stove's life, the stove is cold, but the cat will never trust it again. So it will never be able to touch a cold stove. Maybe there are cat treats. Maybe there's catnip on the top, the backsplash by the stove, and the cat will never get to it on its own. They'll just have to wait for somebody else to get it. Anyway, this guy is doing that too, right? He's talking about readiness to sin. He's talking about his capacity for violence. When he was little and something didn't go his way, he felt like bashing a friend over the head with a heavy metal truck, he said. Or no, I added the word heavy, but like a metal truck, like something that would probably do damage if you hit them just right. It might cause the kid to bleed, potentially worse. I never had that. And I don't have friends. I know very few people in my life that I've met that said, you know, when I was a kid, I was really violent. You know, I was out for blood. When things didn't go my way, I wanted to like rip flesh with my teeth and bash people over the head with stuff. Like, do kids act this way? Yeah. Do some good kids act this way when they're particularly pressed on something, when something really goes wrong? Like, sure. We do teach some of this stuff along the way, but it's not because we need God or Jesus in the way that, I mean, Protestants, they often conflate and just say Jesus all the time. But it's not that religion needs to step in. Human development moves at different components, move at different paces, right? You can't give a newborn baby honey because they don't have the capacity to digest it, and it can cause some real problems there. And you don't give a 2-year-old an empathy test. Like, well, you know, what would you rather give this starving kid a cookie, or would you rather eat the cookie yourself? It'd take a remarkable 2-year-old to give up a cookie to another kid if it meant that they didn't get a cookie, because 2-year-olds don't have empathy yet. When you're a little kid and you act violently or unempathetic, it's because you haven't finished developing yet. When you make bad choices before your prefrontal cortex has finished developing in your mid-20s, that's not because you were created flawed and in need of God. It is because your brain is still going through some fundamental constructive stages. Jam, hi and welcome. Voigt Kampf for short? What? I don't understand what I just read. Hi, how's it going? But yeah, this guy he's taking his sample size. You said empathy test? What's Voigt Kampf? That's a line from Blade Runner? I watched Blade Runner not that long ago, actually, because I was in a whole cyberpunk mode in my life before I started streaming. I guess that's more than 4 years ago now, but I don't remember. I remember that word. Is that what the empathy test was called? Interesting. Right. I remember the questions they'd ask. They did something similar in one of the Fallouts. Fallout 4? I think Fallout 4, they had the same kind of testing sort of thing. So the first scene with Rachel. Yeah. I remember, I just didn't remember what the test was called. It's a good movie. What'd you think of the second one? It was pretty divisive response from a lot of people that watched it, but curious what you guys thought. It was certainly an homage to Blade Runner. I really liked it. You really liked the second one? Yeah, I feel like this guy his sample size is at minimum just him. He could just be looking within himself and saying, I have these propensities. I feel like I need to sleep with hundreds of women. I feel like I want to bash my friend over the head when I'm angry. And I feel like I need an external parental spiritual figure to step in and fix my readiness to sin. He either feels that endemically about himself, or he is part of a congregation in which him and a number of other people who have also decided to take up the Protestant faith are all in agreement that they are all kind of like this, that they share these stories together and they make it more normal. Because if you get 200 people in a building together that all say, yes, yes, me too. Oh, I've also felt this way. Or, oh my gosh, yes, I do want to, you know, have lascivious sex with hundreds of strangers and not be monogamous in a relationship. Oh my gosh, it's so relieving to know that we're all here. We're all doing this together. God is helping us all through these particular things that you just assume, well, you can extend this out to the rest of humanity. And this is how God has made people to be, right? The second one was brilliant. I really liked the second one. I was pleased with how it was done. I felt like it moved through the space so well. The understanding of the main character and his role in the greater world was such a great journey that I understand some of the sins that people thought that were taken on by the second one. They just felt it was inferior, but I thought it was a good romp. It did everything right, in my opinion, for a sequel that's so disconnected from the original. And best of all, I think it really made you feel like you were part of the Blade Runner world again, not a different universe that didn't feel cohesive or connective in any way. It was a good handoff, so that just watching, you had that sense, I'm in this. Oh, Instagram, before the timer goes off. Instagram only lets me stream for 4 hours. Maybe one day they'll change that. But for now, I'm saying good night to you until Saturday when we play Myst. And if you're safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. I'll catch you all in the next one. Someday, they'll let me stream for 5 hours on Instagram. But for now, I have to always be mindful of the time or set up some sort of alarm system, which I still haven't done, in order to properly say good night and goodbye to those fine folks before that particular platform just, I don't know if it freezes you, kicks you off. On my screen, it just freezes me where I can see the Instagram feed. And it's just like an old 80s freeze frame. Just, and then that's it. You're stuck. You're stuck there. And it did it at 4 hours and 14 seconds. It's just weird that it always does it at something after 4 hours. They give you a few seconds. Because, oh crap, we're coming at the end. Okay, bye. I guess it could always start like a second live stream into Instagram as well. I'll be real with the rest of you who are not watching on Instagram. I don't really care so much. I don't care so much. It's practice, to be honest. It's a vertical stream format, and so for me, it's practice to have a good layout and setup to possibly stream to TikTok one day. Yeah. The soundtrack is also excellent. I'll have to take a listen again. I never hear soundtracks the first time I watch a movie. I don't know why. I'm so focused on dialogue and story and plot. Like the development of the plot and the different characters' story arcs, that I don't have room in my ears for the soundtrack, maybe. And I also I listen to people's voices very clear, like to the point where I could emulate how somebody talks. Not everybody, but sometimes I really listen deeply to the voice. Even though the guy who made it was canceled, I don't care so much about that. Almost everything that I love in this world, music, art, movies, has been made by some complete degenerate asshole that I wouldn't want to shake hands with in real life. Like, okay, you're a piece of shit. I don't want anything to do with you, but thank you for giving me art. Here's the quote. Tyrell, is this to be an empathy test? Already another ad break? Capillary dilation of the so-called blush response, fluctuation of the pupil, involuntary dilation of the iris. Deckard, we call it Voigtkampf for short. Oh, Voigtkampf. Those look like two last names smushed together. That must be what it is. Yeah. I'll wait for Sam to come back from ads before I read Sam's part because he's still trapped behind ad wall. He did a great job building up the world which came after Blade Runner, the world of 2071. The SFX in that movie was also excellent. I used it as a demo in my stereo system. Oh, interesting. I'd have to listen again for that part. That's also something I probably miss out on. Do you like other like cyberpunkish sort of era stuff? Like, what did you think of the game Cyberpunk? Or are there other movies that you like in that genre or shows? I'm always looking out for stuff like that because it's honestly, like when I first started streaming, I was going to brand everything toward cyberpunk, futurism, space, and cyberpunk sort of stuff. It's not, I don't have a lot of basis of knowledge in that world as like a fan. I just like the ambiance and the genre in general. I like noir mixed with like futurism, and I like high tech, but I don't necessarily gravitate towards a lot of things like sci-fi. I like sci-fi light. I like space operas. I liked Ender's Game, and I like some Star Wars stuff, but I'm not like a huge fan. But I don't watch a lot of things that are more like hardcore sci-fi. But I do really like cyberpunk. I just don't. I've never consumed almost any of it. I watched both Blade Runners. I've watched some movies that are either cyberpunk-ish or adjacent. I played the game on stream, even though my numbers went and tanked when we played Cyberpunk. The movie, the game, I don't know, had maybe so much negativity or something. People were not really there to watch it on Twitch, and that was only when I only streamed to Twitch back then. And we watched the show on Netflix, Carbon. God, what was it called? Altered Carbon. And the first season got me amped. The first season did everything a good cyberpunk show should do. And we were on a mission to watch the rest of it. We were so stoked on it. But seasons 2 and 3 were awful. And I feel like if I had just watched season 1 and then imagined that the show was canceled, I would have had a better time. Okay, let me back up to what Sam said now that we're out of break. This is the take by other Christians I've talked to on the matter that these are sins, but at the same time, everyone is a sinner and should not be judged by anyone other than God. Yeah, I mean, are we all sinners in the sense of the word sin? So the word sin, to sin means to miss. I don't know that etymology is well described by people within religious communities, or let alone outside, because outside religious communities usually don't use the word sin, right? You just say like crime or whatever. But sin just means to like miss. And by miss, I mean like miss a mark. So if your mark is always eat healthy at every meal and treat your body like a temple, like, you know, God made it for you. And then you have a piece of pie after dinner. You've sinned. You fucked up. That pie is, 1, probably extra calories than your day required. And 2, you probably loaded it with like sugars and fats and stuff that your body is, you know, shouldn't have had. You messed up. You're a sinner. Like, okay, well, how far do you want to go down that rabbit hole as far as like what things count as sin and what's not? Does your religion, Protestantism or any other religion, have room for gray area? If you played a video game for 5 minutes instead of canoodling with your wife, did you just prioritize pixels and like in-game gambling and stats and stuff like that, and like headshots over time spent with your, you know, God covenant partner in life? Well, maybe that's 5 minutes of sin you just committed because you should be cleaved to your partner. it starts to get weird when you overanalyze just like what counts as a sin versus not, and like that sort of thing. But at the same time, sins are generally thought of much more than just missing. They're perceived as like crimes against God. So for Protestants to use the concept that everyone is a sinner also adds to that belief, to their idea that everyone is like their congregation. Probably not. Probably people that aren't going to your church or aren't going to church don't feel so bad about the things going on inside of them that they would need to go to church. They're not worried that they're going to go to hell and have eternal damnation because something's different in the rest of them, where they just feel happy, or at least comfortable, loved and loving, and that if they were set off to their own devices and no morality came down from a long white bearded man sitting in clouds up above saying, I'm going to damn you to hell if you don't fly right by my rules, if that didn't happen to them, they'd probably still pick good choices, and not by accident, not by mistake, just because good is what we do. And if you're not good as what we do, then maybe you end up like this guy. But this is not de facto. This guy is not de facto. He's not default, right? Yeah. Played Cyberpunk as a kid, the pen and paper game, and I got back into gaming because of the Cyberpunk game. Oh, nice. I'd stream it and make like another build if it and explore more of Night City if it weren't for how shitty it is as a business decision for me as a streamer. I also like the novels. The Ender's Game books are great. The movie was pretty meh. Yeah, I didn't really think a lot about the movie. The problem with the movie, especially for me in my headspace with reading the book, is I read the book almost more of as a philosophy book than a sci-fi book. And so, like, is he up in a space station? Yeah. Am I imagining like all the inner workings and tech of the space station? Do I need to know like where the cables and lights and everything are and how the interface looks and feels? Ender's Game doesn't explain any of that shit. It focuses on the drama of the situation with the kid, right? It's so much more about his brain interacting with what's going on around him, what's happening to him, than it is about anything involving the tech. The tech is just kind of there to create the mental space for you to consider the philosophy. And so seeing the movie puts all the sci-fi there up, and it's distracting to me. And I don't think it was about the philosophy anymore. Altered Carbon season 1 was great. Season 2 was a bit disappointing. I never watched 3. Don't even bother. Honestly. We just left your Final Fantasy 14 house. There's a ton of new furnishings that could improve upon your theme. If you wanna do some mentoring about housework, I would love to go back to that project. I started with a lot of big ideas. I got frustrated with how much you had to like learn to do like weird pixely micromanaging in this game to get certain functionality to work. And then some of the things that I envisioned for the space turned out to maybe not be possible, and that got frustrating to me too. So I kind of left it in a state of only half finished for what I wanted. I'd love to see what could happen to the house in the future. For those of you that don't know what my Final Fantasy house looks like, maybe we'll go visit it tonight, because I have a great idea for it. It's just half baked, you know? Don't worry, the new speaker of the house has the answer. Just install spyware on your phone so your son will know if you're watching porn. My son will know? Why do I want my children to know if I'm watching porn? And shame you? I don't understand. What is the concept of that? Is that just so your family can help you if you commit the sin of watching porn? To me, I have the same. This is definitely not a Protestant viewpoint. This is definitely not a secular viewpoint at all. I have a really weird relationship with pornography. To me, I generally feel like watching porn is like watching sports. And I'll explain what I mean by that because I have a weird view of watching sports too. Anytime I ever sat down to watch a sport that I actually care about, I was big into hockey in junior high. And after that, had a lot of fun with basketball. Me and my friends got really good at playing, you know, pickup games with basketball. Oh crap. I'm going to be AFK'd out of the game. Okay. And then later on, we got into some other stuff, ping pong, tennis, billiards. And every time we did, we threw everything at it. We became masters at it. Oh, and we did this with gambling too, with Texas Hold'em. We became like the biggest nerds. We were going to be the best at whatever it is that we were going to do for that season of our lives. That was me and my friend group. And when I sat down to watch stuff with them, whether that was the poker championships on the ESPN or a basketball game at a restaurant or whatever, just watching sports just got me itchy to want to be doing it. I didn't enjoy sitting and watching somebody else have fun. It felt like not. Can you imagine going to a playground and watching a bunch of other, like as a kid, going to a playground, watching a bunch of other kids play on the playground equipment and just imagining what that might be like, but not doing it yourself? It's just kind of like unsatisfying and alienating, right? You're pulling away from, like, sure, maybe they do things better than you, especially in regards to sports, and I'll bring it back to porn again. Although all of that's like faked, right? So it's like better is questionable. It's a theater, but watching people in those capacities, they are people who are doing things that you probably like to do. They are doing them instead of you, and you're just sitting there while they have the fun. Lame. Anyway, that's my super weird take, and therefore everybody else feels this way too, right? If I feel this, I'm just kidding. That's the joke. If I feel this way, certainly everybody else does too. I'm putting the finishing touches on my new closet / armory in Enshrouded. Ooh, it looks fantastic with all the different terrain types as backdrops against the armor stands. Cool. Post something on Pride if you would be so kind. I'd be curious to see it. Aren't some states already requiring you to register your driver's license or ID to watch Pornhub? I'm sure there are. Is this Christian spyware app? That's so cute. That's so cute. They really do need external morality. It's so you can shame yourself and then get support. Okay. Every time you watch porn. I mean, who's to stop the person from just uninstalling it? If the app can't see you, maybe God can't see you at that point. It's very strange that Speaker Johnson does it with his son. Yeah. And not some male in his own peer group. Yeah, that feels kind of... What's the word I'm looking for? Groomery? It feels groomer a little, like kind of creepy. Yeah, weird. Weird is a good word. That is exactly how I would describe it. Okay. Like what even was I doing here again? Right. We are crafting is what we were doing. Oh crap, I'm one short. I'm past bedtime. Have a great stream. Thanks. I'm less than an hour away from my own bedtime. Have a wonderful night. Oh, the video's still on stream. You're right. My bad. Boop. Boop. Thanks. Jab, have a good night. Yeah, but post that thing in Pride when you get a chance. I'd love to see what you've done with your design work. All right, I got to make 3 of these. Can we just do 1 of these? Oh, much better. Now we're in Greenland. Yeah, you'd swear with some of the tech gaffes that I make, like leaving something up on stream that I didn't work in tech, but streamer brain's a real thing. I think just knowing that You are required to be on the clock, presenting in some way. I, at least, am looking to create a certain amount of extracted value for viewers. I'm looking to contribute in a way that feels like a brand that will be longevous and create many years of a growing rapport, a building audience, and an outreach towards something greater than just I'm somebody who sits here and plays games. That, in my head, while I'm thinking and talking and concocting new things to say and whatnot. Plus, I'd added more lights to the stream area than I ever had before. Before, I only had like one bounce effect light and one ring light. And now I've got my other bounce light in here, the reactive light behind the shelf there that you see moves when I talk. And the you call this like an LED strip that I still need to figure out what I'm doing. Right now it's just kind of like there along the bottom, but I want to do something different with it too. Eventually, like all this stuff will get upgraded and moved around into some really cool stuff, but I gotta do some planning and figure out how to make it happen because I have some constraints on the space. But all the lights in my face, plus the mentality of the branding, plus trying to game and all that kind of stuff, I'm bound to make production mistakes as well. Kale, my favorite immortal. I'm doing pretty good. I'm just doing some light crafting tonight. How's everything in your world? We were discussing the concept of cruelty today. And I think where we are right now in the conversation is that there are just some people out there that feel that their lack of morality or their need to hear morality from an external source, like a religion or official, that is indicative of all humankind. That if they feel cruel inside, if they didn't have punishment, perhaps divine punishment, looming over them, that they would act out in all sorts of awful ways. They would just be cruel people were it not for that. So that stuff needs to be there, and that's natural to humankind, where I argue it's not. I went to bed way early, so now I'm up way early. Oh my. I was talking about this earlier, but I recently started on biphasic sleep, or in other words, two-phase sleep, where on my stream nights now, I sleep from something around between starting 7 to 8 p.m. and I'll sleep until almost 11. And then I'll stream, and then I'll sleep for a couple hours after the stream's over, and then we start the morning routine to get the little to kindergarten. And sometimes this isn't part of the schedule, but sometimes after we come home, I'll get just like a little bit of an end cap nap or like refresh right before I clock into my day job. So it's weird, man. It's weird. But yeah, so I know what it feels like to be up way early. Usually not because I go to sleep way early and I end up getting all the sleep I wanted. In fact, I've been on sleep deficit for 5 years and 4 months now. Maybe more, but that's what I remember. 5 years and 4 months. It's not healthy. I don't recommend it, and I don't say this in a flippant way so that people will think I'm badass. I'm not trying to brag. I'm just stating a fact. It's been a long time. And so I'm not somebody to talk to about sleep health. At least not in this phase of my life. I know the right thing to do. I've just got a lot of other big ambitions right now that involve far less sleep than I'm allowing myself. Sleep is very important. It does a lot for you that I think people don't realize. For the average person, 8 hours is pretty critical And if you happen to get less than 8, you don't die. Nothing bad immediately happens. Oh no, it failed. Even though I didn't fully make it. Oh shit! Should have been paying better attention. But they say for like every hour of sleep underneath your body's ideal, that you lose a percentage of like your immune system's capacity to do what it do. So folks with chronic sleep deprivation have to be a little more careful about what they expose themselves to as far as health risks. So it's not just like concentration behind the wheel, productivity at work, you know, your body's functions of like taking care of rejuvenation of your brain and your cells in your body, but it's also your immunity on top of all that. Okay. This time we'll be more careful. Why does this one grayed out? It's level 90, so we don't have it yet, even though it lights up for me. I think I could do this and it'll still be okay. One more good. Yeah. Okay, that's still okay. Oh no, we're not going to make it. Oh, I feel like we're not going to make it. Let's see. Damn. Broke again. I just broke 2 in a row. That's really unusual for me. I just don't have this issue. What was I even making? Classic Wilbert cuisine. Oh, did I just buy a 3rd one? Oh, crap. Bedtime for me. I have to be up in 3 hours. Akumu. Tell me you get sleep after. Like you take the little to school and then you can get some sleep afterwards. Don't just get 3 hours of sleep. Don't be me. I shouldn't die. I'm just doing crafting as far as I know tonight, but you don't die. 3 hours is very little sleep. I go back to bed after putting her on the bus. Nice. That's what Oz has been taking to do too. I think it's a pretty nice way to go about your day. Although we still have the tiny at home, so we've got to be mindful not to neglect her. Anyway, have a great night. Thanks for popping in. All right, I need this. Okay. Do one more of these. I feel like we must. See, I'm not the only one with weird habits as far as sleep goes. Not the only one that does weird biphasic sleep. Okay, one more, and then we're done with this guy for the week, actually. Although I'll say my biphasic sleep's a little weirder than most. I learned it from an article on medieval sleep tactics. I don't know why I was learning about medieval times this particular day, but I think it was, I was curious about work week. People were making claims on social media that we need to move away from the 8-hour work week and how much more advantageous it would be if we had something shorter form. I was like, maybe. So I started doing research to see what shorter form was, what that meant. And if we'd historically always worked the 8-hour work week. And as we looked up earlier tonight, we didn't always have an 8-hour work week. But then somewhere in my research there, it also, the algo also fed me something about sleep schedules, and that a lot of people in medieval times would go to sleep around like 8 or 9 or whatever, and sleep for maybe 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours. And then they'd wake up for a good stint, like 2 to 3 hours, and just sort of like putter around, get some stuff done. Maybe there's a certain chore that's better without the blazing sun over your head, so you do it late at night, as long as you can do it without light. Do that chore, maybe grab a bite or hang out, write in your journal, whatever, like do all sorts of stuff. And then sleep would take over again for you, and be like, all right, well, you know, it's time for me to like get the other chunk of my sleep going. And so you'd go right back to bed and finish off the remainder of your sleep. Different, but not different bad. I'd say after adopting it for a very short period of time, I wasn't comfortable with it for the very beginning, for the first week, but I'm starting to ease into it now. Maybe I'll say in a month what it's actually kind of like. I do a lot of experimentation with myself. So, and that's not to say, you know, I do this experiment, I tell you how it is, and that's how it is, right? I'm just one person. But at least you get one person's insight on something that maybe you've never seen anybody else try before. And biphasic sleep is one that I'm trying out right now. At the beginning of the year, I started another with my eyes. I don't need to do anything else here. It really was just that one dude. But what we will do is go back to Rad's at hand. And I'd do a thing called monovision. I apologize to those of you who are in the stream that already know what monovision is, and that I've explained it in high detail. It just dawned on me to bring it up as a relation point to things that I do that are experimental with my own body. This one was not my decision. It was an optometrist that I saw whose wife does this. This is pretty limited, so I can't say monovision might be for you too. First of all, I'm not an advertisement for the tactic. But second of all, it's pretty narrow of scope as to who can actually use this. If your eyes are starting to age, and, you know, I'm no spring chicken. I'm starting to age into where my eyes might do a little bit of changing. And right at the very edge of me realizing my eyes can't do everything that they could do like half my life over ago, I talked to an optometrist about it, and he said, your eyes are not countercorrecting for your glasses anymore. And I was like, what the hell do you mean my eyes aren't countercorrecting? I had no idea that when you wear glasses for nearsightedness, this might be true for farsightedness too. I'm mildly nearsighted. When your eyes are nearsighted, you wear glasses and you look far away, your glasses fix your vision. But what I never realized is if you're looking at your phone or something close up and you're using glasses for far sight to help you see far, your eye has to pretend like your glasses aren't there to see the up close stuff. I had no idea. I just thought that's how glasses work. They let you see far and they don't screw up your near vision because that's just how the glasses were invented or made. But they do screw up your near vision. Your eyes just have certain muscles to like turn off the screw up. And those muscles get tired and old as you get tired and old. I think like the kids have aged me in so many different ways. But so my eyes becoming tired and old, I'm losing that capacity. And So he's like, you're gonna start to make it so like it'll probably feel the most comfortable for you to just take your glasses off when you're looking at your phone or other close things. I was like, I don't want to keep taking my glasses on and off. So he's like, well, you could do what my wife does and try it out and see if you like it. She wears contact lenses. I was like, okay, I've never worn contacts in my life, but we could give it a shot. And one contact is set up for far vision and the other contact is set up for near vision, one per eye. So when you're looking far away, one eye can see crystal clear. When you're looking up close, the other eye can see crystal clear, and you don't have to do any muscle adjustments as your muscles get older, and they won't be able to do this this counter correction on their own. But you do have like a mental gymnastics then. When I look far away, my left eye stays open. My left eye is the nearsighted one. My left eye stays open and I see things far away and it sees everything, but it's blurry. My brain blocks out the blur, so I only see the clear. And when I look at things up close, my right eye sees things blurry because it's course corrected for distance. And even though it sees up close blurry, my brain shuts it off. What's interesting to me is my brain's better at one than the other, just like being left-handed or right-handed, you're better at one hand than the other, but you might still be able to use the other in a pinch. I can see farther away with less worry about my left eye screwing up, turning itself off, than I can see things up close. When I bring things up close to me, like my phone or my kids, my right eye has a harder time letting go. And so sometimes it still shows up as like looking blurry. Anyway, that's called monovision. Look up the term monovision and you'll see the whole detail about how it all works out. It's weird. It's some weird science stuff going on with my eyes and my brain, but I like it. I'm on it. I'm on month 8 of this tactic, and to me, I prefer it to everything else I was doing as far as vision solutions. Okay, where are we going? All over the place. Everywhere. I just tried to fly without actually summoning a mount. One thing I take pride in with Final Fantasy that I don't know that a lot of people mention. I've seen some videos where people discuss how they've done this, but they're all shit. I'm better. And that is designing your user interface so that it serves the functionality of what you're doing the best. Final Fantasy XIV lets you save 4 different user interfaces and lets you readjust your hotkeys as you want them to be laid out. Once your hotkeys are mapped to certain keyboard keys, though, they're set that way. So you can mess with their layout, but you can't mess with what keys do what. I don't think I've done this one before. Oh, he's just looking for a wooden crate. That's fine. Why is he so far to the very edge of this map? And so, like, right now I'm traveling around and doing almost nothing skill-wise. So I have a user interface that I designed that puts away almost everything. Why can I not see this crate in this very tiny area? Retrieve the fallen cargo. Oh, there it is. Hiding in that bush. Nice. Clever. Oh, I have to walk it back. I see. So yeah, I have this interface. I'm not fighting, I'm not crafting, and so the mini-map's a little bigger, the quest steps are a little bit bigger, and all of the hotkeys are hiding. So I have it set up for, you know, very minimalist. You can enjoy the game and the graphics without having a persistent HUD. I have one that's just for debugging things, and it puts all of the hotkeys all in the middle of the screen. I would never play this way. I have the one for combat set up. This one, my head's blocking part of it because I've changed the interface to my game since I set up the interface to my stream. But it's this basically like when you're fighting and you're in the middle of the screen, you're kind of close to your character. Your health, your hit bar is right underneath you. Your best skills are to your left and right, the ones that are going to light up graphically, so you need to see them. And some other off stuff is here in the middle, like combos. You don't need to see it light up reactively as much. You know when you hit one combo button what your next button's going to be by muscle memory. So I put those even lower. But it's all kind of like tactically centered around in a little loop arc underneath my character. So it's easier to see your character up close, easier to see all of your skills as they come up and around, as opposed to like a brick of blocks, which the brick of blocks look is this one. This is how I have it set up for crafting, where a brick of blocks going from left to right just makes more sense. And you can kind of see all of your skills laid out in serial. It doesn't make sense to do that in combat, and I don't know why people do. But I've spent so many iterations. It's like iteration number 6 or 7 of my HUD, trying to make it perfect. And I feel really confident about how good it works. Anybody else? Oh yeah. Who else wants some? And sort of the best thing about having a really nice UI design is I also play every job in this game. A lot of people focus on one. They just spend their time getting good at one particular job. I have taken to doing that with newer games that I play. Older games, I'm still on my old ways, my old shitty ways, where I try to be good at everything. I did that with Overwatch 2, and I really hamstrung myself at being good at that game. Sorry, Overwatch 1 as well, I meant to say. So Overwatch 1 and Final Fantasy and a number of other games, I like to do too many things. I like to experience everything, and as a result, I get to the point where I'm not good, not great at any one thing. I'm just good at a bunch of different things. But having this layout this way has advantages that I have it set up in such a way that it makes the most sense for every job to switch back and forth from. So I can use this same layout for healing, for tanking, for DPS, whether that's magical or melee or whatever. And it all essentially maps to roughly the same kind of hand movements, even though I'll be pressing buttons in different orders and whatnot. Things make sense from job to job, and it makes it easier for me to keep track of, depending on what job I am, where is this button. Like, especially for a game that involves combat like Final Fantasy, where is the oh shit button when things go really bad and you need to save yourself? This game has, every job has some 1 or 2 buttons that are like, uh-oh, something really big and bad is happening. What do you do to mitigate that situation? And I put that in the same spot for every job that I play. Just doesn't matter. I can always just smash the same panic button. All right. That's it for those quests. Will I be able to make all of the Beast Tribe quests in time? That's the question. Got about 15 minutes. We'll see what I can do. Whatever I can't get to, I don't get to. Does help if I start going in the right direction for the quest that I'm trying to do. Nico says I'm off like a prom dress. I thought you were already gone because you said goodnight in Final Fantasy. When you say goodnight in Final Fantasy, I think you're actually like sleeping. So when do you want to take a look at my house on a designer direction? Make things work out there. Wait, but first what? I think we want to build miner up next. Also, Oz and I are making slow progress through MSQ. We can't do it as many days in a week as you can, but we're making our way through. I had a dream you were in it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. And so is Oz and Akumu and all of your kids. All of our kids? Akumu's kids too? I'd like to hope that maybe our kids could be friends. What? So, what happened? We all had pizza? Or tacos? Did we all go have tacos? If we all had tacos, then great dream. Did a great job. Good dream works. Too much to type. Let me invade your VC. Go for it. Oh, wait. I'm not in my VC. Crap. It AFK'd me. I'd spent too long not interacting. Hello?
You are in here, you silly goose.
Hi. I was in here. And then my VC was like, what are you doing? Not talking to anybody.
Yeah, so I had this dream that you and Oz were sitting on a tiny little stage doing a sort of like a podcast stream.
Okay.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
And you were interviewing Akumu.
Oh. All right.
And you had a little bit of an audience. Couldn't see any of the audience faces, but there was a small audience out there watching while you were on stage, spotlights and everything. And all your kids, I've never seen her kid, Akumu's, but all your kids were running around screaming and laughing, and a couple times you and Oz were getting annoyed because you're trying to hold a conversation. All the other people in the audience were like giggling and laughing and really enjoying all the kids running around being maniacs. That was pretty much all I remember from that part of the dream.
Nice. I mean, it sounds like something we need to make happen. I guess we need to talk to Akumu's agent and see if we can book her.
Yeah. Have your people talk to other people and make it happen.
I don't know what the show's going to be about. Probably parenting, because
probably
something we can all talk on.
Yeah. Anyway, just a thought. Just thought I would share.
Interesting. How'd you feel waking up from that?
I was confused.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Like, why am I dreaming about what was going on? I think part of it is, so when I stream the MSQ, I have Lady Nico lending her vocal talents.
Yeah.
And Akuma's jumped in as well. And the last time I did it, Akuma's kid was like very vocal and loud before we got started. I think that might have something to do with it.
Yeah, that could be.
But anyway, now I have to go to bed.
Cool. Well, I hope your dream is proof that becoming full-time content creator is in the stars. Yeah. For sure. All right. Sleep well, my dude.
For real. You too. Have a good night.
Thanks.
Enjoy the rest of your stream.
Thank you. I'm almost out. 10 minutes,
Oh.
and I'm out.
Well, I'm gonna leave you on lurk anyway until I get the pups. I mean, the fur babies taken care of.
If you lurk me, can you lurk me on YouTube?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Watch hours, man. I'm almost. My metrics say that partnership is happening this year. If things keep going this way.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Awesome. You got
So
it.
the more YouTube hours you can work, or whatever, if your machine is on, watch hours.
Yeah, for sure.
Cool. All right.
Awesome.
Have a good night.
Goodbye.
Have sweet dreams. All right, later. Welcome back, Stuart. Found a metal song that takes the gospel style or normal church music but makes it about Norse gods adapting to modern days, called Valhallelujah. So corny. That was a fun music video too. Posted in Commons or Sloth. This doesn't matter. Commons probably, 'cause it's not really a meme. But I'm sure there are other people in the community that would want to see that in Discord. Especially, we have our own share of folks who are into metal. Because some of my fan base is co-fans with... he's not streaming as much these days, but Yeti. Did you ever see Yeti? He did a metal interlude during our summer acoustic concert last year. So people got to hear him playing live for free, which is nice because normally you'd have to live in his state and go see him, go pay for a ticket to watch him live to get to hear his guitar work. But their band is pretty good. They're called Necrogasm. All right, those I finished actually really quick, so maybe we could do the bunny quest and then call it a night. It's going to be hard for me to move on to the end game of the next expansion, Dawn Trail, when the end game to Endwalker had so much great Final Fantasy IV references, and I loved Final Fantasy IV. I would stream it. Maybe there's a Final Fantasy IV remake, right? For DS or something like that. Blacksmith, probably. The only thing is I feel like probably everybody and their dog have all streamed the Final Fantasy games, so I feel like there's not a lot of novelty there. I don't know if people would actually sit and watch Square Enix games played when you can see them in a million different Let's Plays on YouTube and a million different streams on Twitch. Like, there's nothing special about playing Final Fantasy or Chrono Trigger or anything online, but if I get enough positive engagement with the idea, maybe I will. It would certainly be happy making for me, because I have nothing but joy when I play pretty much every Square Enix game I've ever played. Post it in the comments. Cool. And you do know Yeti. Awesome. Do you see they're doing a new 1 to 6 bundle? Oh, maybe I'll wait for that. That would be a steal at any price almost. Final Fantasy 1 to 6 Collection Anniversary Edition. So does that have all the quality of life upgrades? There are a number of games that I've watched other people stream, like our friend Kitty, who doesn't stream anymore, but they did one of them, and I noticed it had a mini map when you're in dungeons, and it had sprint, so you could actually run through a dungeon, which is really nice. Final Fantasy is always great. You don't get what's the word I'm looking for? Like diminishing returns from watching people play it. After seeing, I don't know, so many other streamers and whatnot go through. Why watch it again in 2024? I don't think we need to do any quality upgrades to this. Just... why not? I mean, that's a good answer. This is one of those things I think about, you know, in terms of like trying to do this as a business. You know, what games are rare enough that you wouldn't have a lot of competition, or I'd have like good browse position in Twitch for streaming them, while also having a fan base, because if they're too rare, then nobody's gonna find you at all. Or the converse is you play a game that's super popular and your browse position's low, or they've already seen everything that they wanted to see, so they don't want to watch somebody else stream it again. Or if the game's new, then like the big streamers are streaming it, then there's probably no hope for you to stream to a big audience, because everybody's going to watch Asmongold or somebody else do, you know, the big shit. Not too sure what it comes with, honestly, but it is a full price game. Oh, okay. Well, if it's got enough quality of life things, might be worth it. I'm concerned about playing the older Final Fantasies, like 1 and 2, as is, for Famicom or whatever system they originally came out for, because, you know, games back then were kind of wonky. We did it with Mother. We played Mother 1 for the Famicom, and yeah, it's rough. It has some aging issues to it. I mean, I still had a fun time. It was just it wasn't the easiest experience. Not that it has to be easy. Games don't have to be easy. But I think there were frustrating components about its age. Rewatching things you've already seen is a thing. That's true. I mean, I guess there are people who make like traditions watching the same movie or show, watch the same series. Oz right now is rewatching one of her favorite series, 6 Feet Under. Have you all heard about it? I think it might have been low-key part of what helped her decide to want to study mortuary science. It was definitely something much bigger than that. It was guiding her being a secondary caregiver to her grandmother in her end-of-life journey. And so there's definitely a component to that was probably the largest contributor. But I think watching the show 6 Feet Under also had its own impact. And so she's rewatching it again right now, because we're coming to a point in our lives where we think we might be able to get her into work. It just depends on how well I can grow as a content creator to bridge the gap in what a mortician makes and what we need to keep the bills paid. Oh, I didn't read the other half of your comment, sorry. You know how it feels and what to expect. Yeah, I guess there's a comfort in that, right? Comfort in the familiarity and the knowing of what comes, and also knowing that I might make batshit crazy decisions that are different than what you would expect. You never know if the playthrough is going to be the same with any two streamers. I do feel like I have certain neuroatypicalities about me. For the better. For the better. I think what a lot of people say neuroatypical or neurospicy or whatever other terms you want to use, and they mean they have some sort of thing that gets in the way of their lives. Generally, when I'm firing on all cylinders, I'm taking good care of myself. Self-care is there, and I'm at my best. I feel that my brain performs at a higher level than most of my friends and family. Not saying I'm better than them, just got one of those brains. And I definitely have my low performance times too. Oh, my reputation's full. Oh, I can't, I don't want to start this. This is not gonna take less than 3 minutes. Starting this next plus quest, we'll just hang out with you for a while. Probably start to close up shop then. Yeah, I have my own ways in which I don't take good enough care of myself. Earlier we were talking about sleep. That's definitely something that I have an opportunity to do better than. So when I get better sleep, I feel better about it, but maybe that's what handicaps me into performing at the level of other people, so that I'm more like a normie because I work on such bad sleep deprivation right now. In the brief research I just did, it has change fonts, turn off random encounters. Oh, wow. Adjust experience. Wow. Auto battle. Jeez. Bestiary. And the physical version comes with stickers. Oh. Well, I have a few people in my household that like stickers. All right. We are going to call it a night. This is the end of streaming for me for a couple days, as those of you who are learning my new schedule have already discovered. Or if you just cyberstalk me, you can see that schedule in a couple different places. Wednesdays, I stream a discourse topic. Tonight's topic was cruelty, and you all did a wonderful job joining me on that topic and sharing your own perspectives and insights. Thank you very much for the chat. Wednesdays are from 11 p.m. Eastern, which is 8 p.m. Pacific, and go for 5 hours. And then I stream on the weekends now, Saturday and Sunday, both at the same schedule, 11 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Pacific. Both 5-hour streams. Saturday nights are puzzle game nights, and Sunday nights are retro game nights. Right now we are going through the Myst franchise series and the Mother franchise series of games, respectively, on Saturdays and Sundays. So I won't see you again until the weekend, unless I happen to pop in on somebody else's stream, which does happen sometimes. I'll be in Nico's or Oz's streams.
You get
here and there.
Nothing. You lose. Good day, sir.
Thanks. Good to see you guys. I miss your faces, and honestly, streaming 3 times a week instead of 4 times a week has been a bit of a hard enculturation for me, because I don't have as many days of interaction with you. I actually even have a little bit less time, hours wise, interacting with a lot of you. Some of you, especially the East Coasters, go to sleep before the end of the stream now. I'm hoping to maybe we'll find more West Coasters or just late night owls like myself to fill in the gap. So it's been a bit of a hard enculturation. So if you could do 2 things. 1, find my Discord and join, and keep up the conversations going there, because that's where anybody that wants to know anything about the future, the present, or the past, they can go there, and you get all the goodies. Discord is like the #1 place where we actually organize stuff and keep regularly organized. And number 2, contribute to watch hours on YouTube. If you're not already, pull open several browser tabs. If you VPN. If you Tor, watch some stuff on YouTube. Everything in the playlists section in YouTube has long form. All of my VODs stay there. They get auto deleted on Twitch, and I don't save them as highlights, but I do save them on YouTube. And as I was mentioning before, the trajectory towards partnership is, unless I say something that scares everybody away in the next year, which I hope I don't, it's practically guaranteed that by the end of 2024, we will hit partner, which was a goal of mine, and it looks like it's actually going to happen, and that's incredibly exciting. It is because of you. I think it is absolutely because of you, because I think when I watch my own videos, I've looked at the graphs and analytics afterwards. I don't think I'm able to do it for myself. I don't think YouTube is like, yes, when you watch your videos, you can make yourself partner. That's they probably thought that one through. All right. If you are on YouTube and Kick, I'm going to say goodbye to you now. Love your faces. If you are safe, fed, and loved, make sure someone out there is too, please. Twitch, hang on for just a moment because we're going to go raid somebody else. But YouTube and Kick, until Saturday, be well. Bye.